for 25 years. Your home for Minnesota Twins baseball.
Final week of the regular season starts tonight at Target Field as the Twins open their final homestand of the year, first of 3 against the Detroit Tigers. The Tigers try to become the first team to win 3 consecutive American League Central Division titles since the Twins did it in the early 2000s. Their magic number is 2 with a 5-game lead over the second-place Cleveland Indians. Tigers battling for much here this weekend as they try to, number 1, clinch the division title, but number 2, catch the Oakland Athletics in the race for home field in the first round of the playoffs. Meanwhile, the Twins trying to play spoiler. They'll host the Tigers for 3 and then the Indians for 4. And Minnesota has played well against these 2 teams in this ballpark this year. They're 7-9 on the season against Detroit, but 6-6 against the Tigers and Indians in their home ballpark throughout the season. Ron Gardenhire trying to get to the magical 1,000 mark in terms of career wins as the Twins manager. He's at 997, looking for 3 wins in his final 7 games of the season. And the Tigers can't clinch the division tonight. The Indians are idle this evening, so that means that the Tigers could clinch a tie for the division crown with a victory here tonight. They'll have a chance to clinch either way tomorrow night in Game 2 of the series. Tonight it's Justin Verlander for Detroit, Mike Pelfrey for Minnesota. Can the Twins duplicate their efforts the last time they faced the Tiger Ace? Dick Kramer, Bert Blyleven, next.
Visit NorthlandFord.com and your local Northland Ford dealer today. And by Menards. Save big money on all your home improvement needs at Menards. The Twins have one homestand left in the 2013 season tonight Brian Dozier and the Minnesota Twins will open up a series against the Detroit Tigers. Dozier had a good series out in Oakland, even though the team certainly did not. It'll be Dozier and the Twins opening up against the Tigers, hoping to delay a Tiger clinching party. Dick and Bert with you for the opening game of this Detroit series here, with the Tigers on the verge of clinching the American League Central crown. The Twins hoping to get 3 wins out of this homestand to get Ron Gardenhire to the 1,000th win mark as a manager, but we do know today that Joe Mauer won't be able to help him get there.
Yeah, Joe Mauer, Terry Ryan announcing today that basically Joe Mauer said that, it's probably best that he does not try to come back from the concussion symptoms. He has been feeling pretty good. He's been working out, but again, I think we've talked about that, Dick, never having one. You can't imagine what he's going through, so Joe Mauer's season is shut down.
And the Twins will be hoping to be able to win some ball games without Mauer. Our Sanford Health injury report. Joe Mauer is done for the year, finishing the season with a .324 batting average.
Yeah, I'm not out there. I have 70. And, I love to play baseball, and I'm not allowed to do that right now. So that's frustrating. And, the season hasn't gone the way that we wanted to, but we got to try to finish this last week on a strong note, and feeling good going into the off season.
And the Tigers are on the verge of clinching an American League Central championship with Justin Verlander on the mound today.
Yeah, a lot of people saying, what's wrong with Justin Verlander? He's not the same pitcher that he was, say, 2 years ago when he was the American League MVP and the Cy Young Award winner, but don't tell the Twins that. Yes, he has struggled since the All-Star break, the high ERA, but this guy has not lost here at Target Field, and the Twins have not beaten him over the last 11 starts. So, yeah, everything keys off the fastball for Verlander, and then he'll work that secondary pitch in, which is very good. Still fifth in the American League in strikeouts. So Verlander's had success here, even though as of late he has been struggling.
First pitch of the first game between the Twins and the Tigers coming up next. Other than what we have here tonight at Target Field for the opening game of the series with the Tigers. 3 with Detroit, 4 with Cleveland. And Jim Leland has his team on the verge of a 3rd straight Central Division championship. He's got a lot of tools, both offensively and on the mound. And the Menards batting order for the Tigers in game one. Austin Jackson leading off. Torrey Hunter hitting second. Then Miguel Cabrera, Prince Fielder, Victor Martinez, Andy Dirks, Omar Infante, Alex Avila, and Ramon Santiago.
And it'll be Mike Pelfrey on the mound. His last 3 starts have not been very good. 0-3 with an ERA of 10.13 over the last 13 1/3 innings. 23 hits allowed, only 4 walks, but 15 strikeouts, 15 earned runs. So Pelfrey, don't know if this will be his last start or not, but he wants to finish the season strong. He, against the Detroit Tigers, making his 6th career start. A couple wins, 3 losses in his career.
It appeared that Pelfrey was going to be doing just that, finishing strongly. He actually had a pretty good month of August. And then as soon as we switched to September, the starts started going south. Here's Austin Jackson. He'll be followed by Torrey Hunter and Miguel Cabrera. And the first pitch over for a strike.
And that's important right there. Get that first pitch over. You know, it's not that he has walked a lot of guys. He's averaged about 3 walks per 9 innings. It's falling behind 2-1, 3-1, and then having to come in.
Missing inside 1-1. And a check swing strike. Jackson over 500 at bats and 125 strikeouts. He's one of those leadoff hitters that will do that a lot, about a strikeout every 4 at bats. And Pelfrey's ahead of him 1-2. And a strikeout to start the ball game. Northland Ford defense for the Twins. It's changed because Oswaldo Arcia was in the lineup, but he banged his knee against the wall in left field during batting practice and was scratched. So across the outfield, it's Thomas Presley and Herman. Escobar, Florimon, Dozier, Parmalee, the infielders, and Pinto behind the plate.
Yeah, he bruised his right knee while taking some fly balls in the outfield and ran into the fence and bruised his knee, so he's out.
Hunter with a swing and a foul, and Pelfrey gets ahead of Torrey 0-1. Nothing serious, or at least we don't believe so. Arcia hoping to get back in the lineup, if not tomorrow night, by Wednesday. Hopped up, chased by Parmalee, and foul ground, and a couple rows back, 2 strikes.
Well, Torrey having another outstanding year. This is his 17th season at the major league level. Of course, 11 of those wearing a Twins uniform. The overall numbers: 17 home runs. He's driven in 82 runs.
Appears to be headed back to the playoffs for his 3rd team, or with his 3rd team. All those years with the Twins, couple of years with the Angels, and now the Tigers on the cusp of a playoff spot. 2 strikes and a high chopper over the mound. Florimon cuts over, hesitates, and not in time. A little double pump allowed Hunter to beat out an infield hit.
Yeah, Torrey, even at 38 years old, getting down that line very quickly. And this high chopper over the head of Pelfrey. Pelfrey 6'7", so that might be a high chopper. And then Florimon had a little trouble, as you mentioned, Dick, getting it out, that extra step Torrey needed.
Runner at first. And the batter is Cabrera, who was not in the lineup yesterday for the Tigers. As the Tigers appear headed for the playoffs, one big area of concern is their big number 3 hitter and his health moving forward.
Yeah, one time it was an oblique strain. Now it's the little bit of a groin injury, more the left groin. So he still has that power on that right side. Still hitting at .349, leading the American League in hitting. Also in RBIs with 136.
1-0.
And second in home runs behind Chris Davis,
who hit another one today. And that's over the inside corner. The Tigers are on the horns of a dilemma here as to what to do with Cabrera. They want to clinch. They want to take care of business. Beyond that, they'd like to have home field advantage. But of course, none of that will matter if Cabrera is going to be limping his way through the playoffs. So they're also sensitive to getting him some time off. and let the situation quiet down.
As good as it can.
And that's the problem, because they're saying all it takes to heal is time, but the Tigers aren't going to have that.
Yeah, anybody that's had a groin injury, you know it's not going to heal in a week or two. It's going to take time. But, you know, if they clinch this thing, which they're going to, and get into postseason, then Jim Leland, I'm sure, will give him rest. But Cabrera, he's a guy that doesn't want to rest. He wants to play every day. Good
on the outside corner, 2-2.
For Mike Pelfrey's making his 5th start this season against the Tigers. He won his first game in his Twins debut back on April 4th. Here, he ended up beating the Tigers 8-2. He pitched 5 1/3 innings, didn't allow any earned runs.
Pitched awfully well in winning against the Tigers in Detroit. Twins have beaten the Tigers 7 times, and Pelfrey, who only has 5 wins all year long, has 2 of those victories.
Yeah, that other win coming on August 20th in Detroit, 6 2/3 innings, 3 runs allowed.
2-2. And Hunter checked at the bag.
Now, wins have been hard to come by, as you see his record at 5 wins and 13 losses. 3 of those wins came in his first 6 starts.
Long hold, and now the pitch. Breaking ball, just missed the corner. And it's a full count. Very close.
Oh, pretty good pitch right here. Want to find out what that umpire will give you, and you can see Fox Track says it's just outside.
Three and 2. I bet Hunter will be taking off here. There he goes. And the pitch dribbled toward third, and Cabrera just hobbling his way down to first. And he barely makes it there. 1 down. That could have been an infield hit if Cabrera were healthy, and he clearly is not. 2 down, and that'll bring up Fielder.
Well, you know what, Dick, right there, you look at Cabrera, I mean, that's that first step out of the box, and that usually comes, you know, mainly out of that left leg. So Cabrera got jammed right there. He's the out. But be very careful. Watch when he makes contact right here. Okay, there he goes. You can see that left groin area. That's the area that's bothering him.
And then the concern is he's such a good hitter. He spends a lot of time on the bases, either by hitting or being walked there, and then he is a virtual log jam on the bases. Prince Fielder takes outside, ball 1.
It just seems that, you know, the Tigers have the 1-2 punch that's incredible with Cabrera and Fielder. We talked about Cabrera, 136 RBIs, and you think, well, there would be none left for Fielder, but he has 106.
And that drifts outside. 2-0. And an enviable layer of protection through the middle of this Tiger lineup. You have Fielder protecting Cabrera, Martinez protecting Fielder, and they say in Detroit they really miss Johnny Peralta, who was protecting Martinez.
It's now Andy Dirks, and Dirks is starting to swing a pretty good bat too.
Swing and a miss, 2-1.
Good sinker down.
Pelfrey's for the most part thrown strikes here, and he's given up just a number for a hit. There's Dirks hoping for a chance this inning behind Jim Leland. Two and one. 3-1. First base is open, but then Martinez is on deck.
Oh, this Tiger ball club, a very good hitting ball club. As a club, they are hitting .286. Closest to them in the American League is the Boston Red Sox, who are hitting .275 as a team.
Three and one to Prince Fielder. A year ago, Fielder would have been perhaps intentionally walked because Victor Martinez wasn't able to play. Now Martinez is back in the lineup and predictably having a more productive second half than first half.
Yeah, he's the hottest hitter in Major League Baseball since the All-Star break. Leads the American League with 88 hits and hitting .370.
So a critical first at bat for a team that's having a hard time scoring runs. Pelfrey has 2 men on with 2 out and a very good hitter at the plate in Victor Martinez.
Martinez, a switch hitter, hitting .317 as a left-handed hitter. 9 of his 13 home runs from the left side of the plate.
Driven foul, 1 strike.
5 for 14 lifetime against Pelfrey. All of the 2012 season because of the torn left ACL. Had 2 surgeries on that left knee.
Pelfrey ahead of him, strike 1. 20th pitch of the inning for the Twins right-hander. High, 1-1.
About Martinez, he doesn't strike out much either. Only 60 times in 591 at bats. Pretty good contact hitter.
53 walks, 10 of those intentional, and more of those intentional walks coming now with Peralta serving his 50-game suspension. 1-1. Popped up. Escobar looking at the mound, tracking the pop up, and a catch made. Who caught it?
Somebody's got to communicate there.
Looks like it's in Floramone's glove. 2 are left, and a scoreless first inning. No score after a half inning. And Ron Gardenhire hoping that after a very frustrating and one might say humiliating road trip, team can play good baseball, pick up at least 3 wins, and get him to the milestone mark before the end of the season. And the Menards batting order for the Twins has Alex Presley leading off, Chris Herman batting second, Brian Dozier, Josh Willingham in as the designated hitter, Josemiel Pinto, Chris Parmalee, Cleve Thomas, Eduardo Escobar, and Pedro Florimon.
And Justin Verlander will face that lineup here tonight. For Verlander, he's making his 33rd start, his 4th against the Twins, his 3rd here, where he has had a lot of success. 6 career starts here at Target Field. He is 4-0 with a 2.25 earned run average.
And Presley in the box to lead things off. Strike on the outside corner. Last time the Twins saw Verlander, It was in Detroit. They handled it pretty well. 6 earned runs, 10 hits over 7 innings. Justin Morneau was still on the team. Alex Presley was still with the Pirates. Ball slashed foul, 2 strikes.
Well, Verlander, 195 strikeouts, 5th most in the American League. Hugh Darvish leading with 260. And 8th in innings pitched. It's the 7th straight season that he has worked 200 innings or more for the Tigers.
0-2 to Presley. Off the plate.
That's the curveball right there. That's his secondary pitch. He'll also throw a slider and a changeup along with a good fastball. You know, a lot of talk about Verlander. You know, maybe he's going through a transitions period in his career. Maybe the velocity, the 97, 98 mile an hour fastball isn't there.
2-2. Well, the Tigers, as good as they are, they've won only 1 of his last 8 starts.
Yeah, they are 14-18 when he starts. Unlike Verlander, like
2-2. And a foul away. Verlander says he's very proud of how he's pitched this year because he has not. Well, let's see, how did he put it? He hasn't had the breaks, and he says a pitcher, and you probably went through it a number of times in your career, you have years where a broken bat single drives in a couple of runs, and you tend to, those things tend to happen in sequences over the course of a season. This one popped up behind second base. Santiago, Infante at Santiago. Makes the catch, 1 away. Menards, or Northland Ford at defense for the Detroit Tigers. Andy Dirks is in left. Austin Jackson in center. Torrey Hunter in right. Cabrera, Santiago, Infante, fielders, the infielders, and Alex Avila behind the plate. But Verlander saying as much that he's just feel like he's been victimized by some bad breaks and things have not come together the way they did a couple years ago when he was the Cy Young Award winner and the MVP.
Well, you know what? You kind of go through different stages in your career. He's got almost 1,800 innings in at the major league level. Your body's going to change. You have to almost, rely sometimes on different pitches than you did maybe when you were, 25, 26. Verlander is 30 years old. I mean, still young. This is his 8th full season with the Tigers. But you have to make the adjustment.
On the outside corner, 1-1.
See that fastball at 91.
Checked his swing, 2-1.
Bill Welke calling balls and strike.
Lifts it foul over the tarp down the left field line. 2-2.
Of his 32 starts this year for Verlander have been quality starts. 27th career start against the Twins. He's 14-7 against the Twins.
Breaking ball off the plate. And it's a full count with Dozier on deck.
Actually, the Twins have not beaten Verlander since April 27th of 2010. For his last 11 starts, he's 9-0 with a 2.22 ERA. And who beat him last was Francisco Liriano, a 2-0 ball game. So it took a shutout to beat Verlander.
He takes a walk. That'll bring up Dozier.
Verlander's 72nd walk in 107 innings pitched.
Yesterday in Oakland, getting the average up to 247. Wouldn't take too much to nudge it into the 250s during this homestand.
And of course, you know, there are a lot of young guys for the Twins. Dozier only 6 at-bats against Verlander. Josh Willingham has the most at-bats against Justin, and that's 17 at-bats.
One of the concerns the Tigers have as they get into postseason play, or the probability that they'll get there, games of a run on the Tigers. 124 stolen bases allowed. With Avila at the plate, he's only thrown out 11.5%.
21 stolen bases against Verlander in 25 attempts.
Strike called 0-2 to Dozier.
Saw him speed up his delivery right there.
Ryan Pena, the backup catcher. Two strikes. Breaking ball left up high. I've seen Verlander throw that 3 or 4 times here in this first inning, but he's yet to throw it for a strike. One and 2 to the Twins' second baseman. In the dirt, another breaking pitch. 2-2. 16 pitches for Verlander, only 8 strikes.
You know what I was surprised at is when I was looking at Verlander's numbers, he doesn't have a complete game yet this year. Usually he's a workhorse that, you know, throw 120, sometimes 130 pitches, but no complete game. He's gone to 8 innings only once.
Fouled away.
And this could be the reason why a lot of pitches, you know, early in the ballgame.
Twins saw him on opening day.
Excuse me, he's gone 8 innings twice this season.
Two and 2. Back. And Verlander getting the fastball up to 95. And what we saw a couple years ago in his prime, he would, as they say, sit at 94, 95, and then when guys got on base or in scoring position, ratcheted it up to 98, 99, and we have not seen that this year from him. 2-2 to Dozier. All third strike.
He went to the slider rather than the curveball, and Dozier took it for called strike 3.
Right on the outside corner, according to Field and Colbert.
And also Fox tracks.
2 down. Herman still at first, and that'll bring up Josh Willingham. Willingham back in the lineup. We have a good final homestand here. Swing and a strike. Willingham just a couple of hits and 17 at bats, 9 strikeouts against Verlander. Just not a whole lot in the well to draw from for Ron Gardenhire. Ryan Doman, 2 hits, 15 at bats. Willingham 2 for 17. The one guy who has done well in extended at bats against Verlander is Joe Mauer, and he's been shut down for the season. Not only hitting Verlander at a 371 clip, he's hit 3 home runs against. 0-2.
He's missed that curveball. Now he's throwing more of the slider.
Pounded foul behind Joe Vavra. Still 2 strikes.
Verlander making his 265th major league start. 40 games over 500. Excuse me, 60 games over 500. 137 and 77.
2 strikes. Foul tip, and Avila can't hang on. Actually got home plate umpire Field and Culbreth.
I believe that's Bill Welke.
That's Bill Welke, yes.
Yep.
Oh, wow. Not only the mask, but you could see Welke's head go back in a whiplash effect. And Avila knows all about that. He, too, like seemingly every catcher in the American League Central, is had a concussion situation. Broomer, the lead trainer for the Twins, checking on Welke. Culbreth, who is at second base, coming in to double check on his umpire mate.
Yeah, Field and Culbreth, the crew chief here.
Oh, 2 to Willingham, battling Verlander. Third strike. And Verlander finishes the inning with a couple of called third strikes. No score after 1. If you'd like, vote for the Arby's Value Player of the Game. Text the word value, followed by a space in the player's name to short code 234-234. Andy Dirks will lead things off in the second. He'll be followed by Omar Infante and Alex Avila. And Pelfrey hits the corner, strike 1.
Yeah, getting strike 1, 5 batters for Pelfrey now, 6, excuse me, and he's been able to get strike 1 on 5 of the 6.
Missing the inside corner, 1-1. Dirks getting left field, but over his shoulder, former shortstop Johnny Peralta is in the. There's a high fly to right field. Back is Herman. A warning track for the catch. Johnny Peralta is learning how to play left field in the instructional league. His suspension comes to an end after Detroit's game here on Wednesday. 1 down. That'll bring up Omar Infante. And there is a chance Peralta will, in fact, be coming back to the Tigers to do something for them this weekend when the Tigers finish out the season against the Marlins. Fouled back, a strike.
Saw the average on Infante hitting at 317, highest average for any second baseman in Major League Baseball. In his second stint back with the Tigers. Came up with the Tigers in 2002, then spent time with the Braves and the Marlins. Came back last year via trade.
And he bloops one over the head of Carmody, and he's aboard with a base hit. The Tigers have the only 2 hits, and neither one has been hit at all well. 1-out single for Infante. Fan Appreciation Weekend coming up this weekend. Starting Friday, all fans in attendance will get a 2014 wall calendar presented by Ford and your Northland Ford dealers. You'll also have a chance to win seat upgrades, autographed baseballs, food and beverage vouchers, and more. The Twins say thank you all weekend long at Target Field. 833 Twins. Baseball.com to get tickets this weekend. It's been a profoundly disappointing year on the field for the Twins, but fans have been absolutely tremendous. And the Twins want to say thank you. Here's Avila. I want to say thank you. Coming here to this great ballpark and seeing, at least up until recently, an average of over 30,000 every night has been tremendous.
Definitely say thank you to the fans.
One and 0 to Avila. Down low, 2-0.
Avila hitting just 229, but since the All-Star break, he's hitting 319. As you mentioned, he spent some time on the disabled list with a concussion.
Could be 2. Dozier still gets the lead runner, and the relay not in time. A little bit of a juggle, but he recovered in time to get Infante at second, 2 away.
That little short hop right there got Dozier. He's been very, very good at turning double plays, and the ball kind of rolled up on him right there. He does get the force out, and then the relay throw too late. And right there, he bobbled the ball, but then picked it up with his bare hand. Got the force out.
Santiago, the batter, getting a chance to play at short. Jose Iglesias has been bothered by a bruised hand and shin splints. Tigers have really been impressed with his defensive prowess. He's hit better than they thought, but he got hit by a pitch. And even before that, he's had leg issues, lower leg issues, shin splints. So Santiago gets a chance to play some there tonight.
Santiago, good utility player, can play all 3 infield positions, third, short, and second. Even in the outfield if you need him.
That's hit to left and hit at Thomas to end the inning. A couple of good ones for Mike Pelfrey so far here against the Tigers.
we head to the bottom of the second. Well, there is no such thing as a day off for Prince Fielder. Tonight marks the 500th consecutive game in which he has played. It's the longest active streak in all of baseball, and the guy behind him, Adam Jones, is only at 321 games. Now, Prince tells me he simply does not like to be on the bench. He says it feels weird, like he left the iron on at home or something. He is a workhorse, guys. He says it is his job to be out there unless he is, quote, bleeding or broken. You got to love that work ethic.
Yeah, he and Cabrera. It's unusual that Cabrera comes out of a ball game. You know, he's got some injuries, but he likes Fielder. They want to be in that lineup every day.
Guy at the bottom of that list that Jamie showed you, Manny Machado, suffered a serious knee injury today. Not only did the Orioles lose a crushing ball game to the Rays completed a 4-game sweep. But Machado, who had not missed a game since coming to the big leagues just over a year ago, had to be carted off the field with apparently serious left knee injury. Pinto, the batter, and he gets the first Twins hit, a solid single to left. It has been a disappointing September for the Twins. The biggest bright spot has been the ongoing hitting of Josmil Pinto.
Yeah, 17 games in September, and he gets another base hit. 3 home runs, 5 doubles. Looks like he took a slider right there in the left field.
And that'll bring up Parmalee. 17 games now for Pinto, 22 hits. And here is Parmalee. Parmalee down the line. He's got a base hit. Pinto got decoyed and will only gain second base. Torrey Hunter put up the glove, and Pinto angrily kicks the bag, with Torrey, of course, grinning like a Cheshire cat.
Well, Parmalee jumping on that first pitch. A fastball out over the plate, pulling it. And, you know, that ball, sometimes as a runner, you see the height of that ball, even though it fell on Torrey Hunter, in front of Torrey Hunter. I don't know if he would have been able to get the third. Torrey's still a very good arm out in right field.
Here's Clete Thomas, 2 on, nobody out. Twins got a walk in the first inning, but a couple of quick hits against Verlander here in the second. And ball 1 to Thomas.
Well, Clete Thomas, a former Tiger, signed by the Tigers back in 2005. Would like to do some damage against his former organization. What he wants to do here is advance the runners if he can.
Out in front. A changeup.
Changeup there, good location.
One and 1 to Thomas. The end of the bat, 1 and 2.
Thomas 1 for 4 against Verlander.
Hoping to break out on top against Verlander, who's ahead of Thomas, 1 and 2. Breaking ball got him. That's a slower curve, and he threw it for a strike for the first time.
All 3 strikeouts have been called third strikes, and that's a big strikeout for Verlander.
And all 3 have been on breaking balls, right?
Well, a couple sliders, and that the curveball. And again, we've seen this from a lot from Clete Thomas, that call third strike. Walking away with a bat on his shoulder.
Here is Escobar. Outside, ball 1. So what we have seen from Verlander the last 2 years was when there is the sense of trouble or difficulty, he'd reach back for the fastball. And so far here tonight, the guy's on base and he wants to strike somebody out, he's gone to the breaking stuff.
That's the adjustment you have to make.
Escobar swings through the fastball.
And fastball at 95. arsenal that Verlander features. The fastball, the curveball, the slider, the changeup.
1-1. And a breaking ball over for a strike.
See, that has to have tremendous tight spin on it for Escobar and also Thomas to take that pitch right there. It starts high, looks like a fastball, and then it just drops straight down.
1-2. High fastball got him at 97. So there's still 97 miles per hour there when he needs it. You can get interactive with us during our broadcast by participating in the AT&T Twitter poll, and we're asking you who has the best curveball in the game today. And you can vote using the appropriate hashtag. And you must have an opinion on this.
Yeah, I like Wainwright.
Do you really?
Justin's got a very good curveball. Don't get me wrong. Strasburg and Darvish has a very tight curveball, but Wainwright, that baby, that drops off the table when he's on. So we talked a little bit about the pregame, about the way that everybody holds the curveball. We had 3 different players, Strasburg, Wainwright, and also Verlander, and they all held the ball differently. So it's just a matter of what feels comfortable in your hand. Everybody has different hand sizes. Myself, I went like a 4-seam fastball. I just dropped my thumb underneath, and that created a spin. As long as my knuckle was on top of the ball, that creates that type of rotation. That's all you want. And then have the confidence to throw it in any count.
High 3-0 with Presley on deck, but now
that's one thing that Wainwright talked about. His secondary pitch. Everything keys off the fastball, but if you have much confidence in that secondary pitch as you do your fastball, then you should have success. And all 3 of those pitchers, all 4 that we mentioned, have had success.
Florimon takes ball 4, and they're loaded up now for Presley. So just when it looked like Verlander was going to get out of this jam after the opening base hits to start the inning, a walk to the number 9 batter, and Presley will hit with the bases loaded.
And again, the fastball, not control like we have seen before with that fastball, lets some pitches up, and he's missing outside.
Big at bat here for Presley. One for 4 in his career against Verlander. Pop up to short behind second base to start the first inning.
Verlander working out of the stretch position.
Fastball 97 over the inside corner.
A lot of times in this situation as a starting pitcher, you feel a little more comfortable working out of the windup, but Verlander working out of the stretch.
One strike. For a ball, 1-1.
We don't get too many opportunities against Verlander, and hopefully Presley can take advantage of a pitch right here and drive in some runs. See if he gets Pelfrey some early run support.
All back, 1-2.
Verlander with 199 strikeouts on the year.
One and two to Presley. Kicks away. That's a nice stop by Avila. Keeping that near home plate.
And that's another key too, Dick. When you have a good curveball like Verlander, you have to believe when the count's in your favor and Avila calls the curveball that your catcher's going to block that curveball. That's where you want that hard breaking ball, just on the other side of home plate. And Avila did stop it and keep it in front of it.
2-2 to Presley. Popped up. And near the tarp and out of reach and out of play. When the Twins faced Verlander back on August 22nd, got some big hits. Chris Herman with a first inning double driving in a run. Ryan Doman with a 3-run home run with 2 outs in the 5th. And then Dozier with an RBI double in the 6th. Had to score a run in the 8th inning to pull out the win. Verlander was gone by then. Two and 2 to Presley, and a chance for one of the newest Twins to deliver an awfully big hit in the opening game of the homestand. He fought it off.
There's that little extra at 97 miles an hour.
7th pitch coming up for Justin Verlander. 4 strikeouts today, and Verlander one more to get to the 200 mark. Twins against Scherzer on Wednesday. Presley battling Verlander. And he waves at a changeup. Down and away, and the Twins leave the bases full in the 2nd. Rick and Burt with you. Wind down the 2013 season. Justin Jackson leads off the 3rd against Mike Pelfrey. And Pelfrey delivers one across the belt for strike 1.
Yeah, Pelfrey with 1 strikeout. That came against Jackson to start the ball game.
Breaking ball gets a swing and a miss. Pelfrey coming into tonight's game with 146 and 2/3 innings pitched. If in fact he has one more start left, it would come against Cleveland this weekend. He would need to get an average of 7 innings in tonight and another one against Cleveland to pitch enough innings to even qualify for ERA leadership. That's not something he's going to win, but you'd like to have 162 innings at least. The ball hits sharply. A couple of skips to Dozier. Takes it off his chest, throws him out 1 down. Now that's a very modest expectation to have as a starting pitcher, even someone coming back from Tommy John surgery. But right now, the way it looks, if Pelfrey does not do that, the Twins will have just 1 starting pitcher with as many as 162 innings pitched, and that's Kevin Correa.
And Swarzak coming in second.
Not quite. But then you turn the page and you look at the Tigers, and of course it's apples to oranges. But you've got Fister's already over 200.
Very bright apples.
You've got Verlander over 200, Scherzer over 200, and Sanchez won't get there only because he spent some time on the disabled list. And Porcello is the 5th starter, may end up with more innings pitched than any Twins starter.
Pretty good rotation. 74 wins. 74 of the 91 wins have been reported by the starter for the Tigers. They're 74 and 43 combined. Very good 3.5 ERA.
2 strikes to Hunter. Just missed the outside corner.
That's a spot you have to keep hitting right there. That's a good pitch.
Pelfrey a little exasperated.
And you can't show that. We have seen Mike Pelfrey kind of show up the umpire a little bit. You kind of, okay, not going to give it to me. Keep hitting it. You're eventually going to give it to him.
Up around the hands, 2-2.
Good running fastball inside.
And a breaking ball fouled over by the ball boy. Signing with the Tigers in part because he felt they had a good chance of getting to and this time winning the World Series, and that's what he wants more than anything else, to get that ring. 2-2 to Hunter. Right on the outside corner. Good hit by Pelfrey.
That's it. Go back out there again, and hopefully that umpire, Bill Welke, will give it to you. So he went outside, missed, went inside on the next pitch, and then outside again. There it is right there. Good pitch. Second strikeout for Pelfrey.
Pelfrey looking for his first 1-2-3 inning. Cabrera. It's ball 1. Because Cabrera is hobbled, the infield can play very deeply, which is good for them. Because if he hits the ball on the barrel of the bat, you're not going to want to get in the way of lifted foul and out of play. It has to be a grave concern to them. They got to the World Series last year and couldn't score any points. And now their biggest hitter, it really hasn't been right since the All-Star break. The entire second half, he's continued to mash, even though he's at times seemed like he's been hitting on one leg. 2-1.
Not a bad hitter even on one leg.
One of the scenarios that might play out here. Now the Tigers can't clinch a division outright here tonight, even if they do win, because the Indians aren't playing. They can clinch tomorrow, and Cabrera, Fielder, all these guys want to be in the lineup if they have a chance to clinch. 3-1. Little roller. Florimon has a duck under his glove, and now Cabrera will clog up the base paths with a 2-out single.
Well, he came in hitting .349, best in the American League. He got jammed right there up the middle, and you said they're playing deeper. Now, Florimon was able to get this ball. He still had a chance to get Cabrera in short center field.
Here's Fielder. A walk to Fielder in the first inning. The Tigers have an off day on Thursday, so there is a chance that one of the scenarios that might play itself out, Jim Leland would give Cabrera Wednesday off, then the scheduled off day, and give him a couple of days anyway to rest, recover to the extent he can, and then give him some games in Miami to try to keep his stroke sharp for the playoffs. 1-0 on the ground. And Dozier has it. And fielders retired. That's another good inning for Mike Pelfrey. Is presented by Century Link, your link to what's next. By Grand Casino, the best stories start here. And by Sanford Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, for the everyday competitor in all of us. No score, bottom of the third. Mike Pelfrey with three pretty good innings. Twins had a threat against Justin Verlander when the second inning opened with a pair of singles. A walk followed after a couple of strikeouts, but then a third strikeout. So the Twins back out into the field in a scoreless battle. Here's Chris Herman, drew a first inning walk.
47 pitches for Verlander. And when he struck out Presley, that was number 200 as far as strikeouts on the season. That's 5 straight seasons that he's had 200 or more strikeouts. He's the first Tiger to do that since Mickey Lolich did it. 6 straight seasons back from 1969 to 1974. I watched Mickey Lolich pitch a lot when I first came up, and boy, he was a left-handed pitcher, had a nasty slider. He had great control.
2 strikes to Herman and a strikeout for 201. We'll bring up Dozier.
Strikeout number 6.
Nightly on Fox Sports Live, join Jay Onright and Dan O'Toole along with Donovan McNabb, Andy Roddick, Carissa Thompson as they bring you all the scores, news, and highlights you need. Catch Fox Sports Live nightly on Fox Sports 1. Dozier, strikeout victim in the first.
Last 6 outs recorded on strikeouts.
Ball 1. Since you mentioned his name, Mickey Lolich, I mentioned the number of innings he pitched in 1971, but you, of course, were not in Detroit when we discussed this at length.
300 and what?
76 innings pitched. And, you know, we're talking about the Twins having just one pitcher with as many as 176. Mickey Lolich with 376 innings pitched. Dozier lifts it foul in and the seats 2-2.
I'll tell you what, he was durable for the Tigers. Asked the Cardinals, and I believe it was 1968, was it not? He beat Bob Gibson 3 times.
Cardinals had a 3-1 lead in the 1968 World Series. Lolich won Game 5 and Game 7. And ball third strike. Dozier for the second time.
Strikeout number 7 for Verlander.
And Willingham hoping for contact.
Well, watch Dozier's reaction right here on that curveball. We saw that in Oakland a couple times. The Oakland pitcher started that curveball at him and then kind of froze him. That's exactly what happened again.
Willingham called out on strikes in the first. He's now faced Verlander 18 times, 18 at bats. And there's a check swing foul, and Verlander has struck him out 10 times. And so you get ready to swing. You check your swing, and the ball hits your bat, and you're behind on the count 0-1. And you take a fastball down the middle. It's 0-2. The only out on a ball put in play was Presley's pop-up to start the ball game. Old foul.
Changeup came running in on Willingham.
Just one other note about Lolich, the 376 innings he pitched in 1971. First of 4 years in a row where he threw at least 300 innings. So he obviously did not burn his arm up in 1971. 1-2.
That was back when you pitched every fourth day.
But even at that, 40 starts, 300 innings. Do your California high school math. That's 8 innings at least. An average of every game. Willingham strikes out. Verlander has recorded 9 outs, 8 of them coming on strikeouts. It is the Tigers having a tough time with Mike Pelfrey as we get caught up.
Well, so far so good from Mike Pelfrey. 3 very good innings, 49 pitches, 28 strikes, giving up 3 hits, 1 hit per inning. For Justin Verlander, 8 strikeouts already on 60 pitches thrown. Second inning started with 2 base hits for the Twins, and they're unable to score. Put a number on that board.
Victor Martinez popped up to short to end the first inning. Foul back, headed in our general direction. Probably the best chance for either team to score. The Tigers had runners at first and second, and Martinez had a towering pop-up near the mound. Escobar called for it, went after it tentatively. Florimon was there, and it was a good thing Florimon was there because it ended up in the shortstop's glove. Popped up right side of the infield. Dozier in the outfield grabs. one down. That'll bring up Andy Dirks. Twins want you and your family to be a part of this year's Fan Appreciation Weekend. Join us at Target Field Sunday when every child 14 and younger will receive a 2013 Twins team poster presented by New Era. Kids and adults alike will have the chance to win some great prizes like seat upgrades, food vouchers. Join the Twins as they say thank you to each and every fan this weekend at Fan Appreciation Weekend. 833-TWINS or twinsbaseball.com for tickets. Somebody asked me today whether I'm looking forward to the end of the season, and I said emphatically no. I'm going to miss this game a week from now, and I'm not reporting for duty anymore. Here's the ball fouled away, 0-2. And fans shift gears toward football or basketball or hockey, but I'm going to be very sorry to leave this booth Sunday afternoon. 2 strikes to Dirks.
Well, you have to leave this booth Sunday afternoon because you're being honored on Sunday night. Good pitch right there, and Pelfrey picking up his 3rd strikeout. Good fastball inside. You're being honored in the Minnesota Broadcasters Hall of Fame Sunday night. And congratulations again to you.
Well, thank you very much.
Good fastball right here. So you come back on the inner half of the plate.
It might be your job. You're going to the banquet that night. It might be your job to get me out of the booth. I'll be the guy with, my fingers curled around the doorway here, and you'll be, tugging.
You'll be running. Come on.
Down and away, ball 1.
You expect these people at home to believe what you're saying?
I'm being perfectly honest with you. Next Monday, when they're playing, the wild card playing games or whatever, I'll be watching the games, but I'm going to miss it. I love being at the ballpark.
Well, I hope that a lot of the players for the Twins watch it to get that feeling. I was a little disappointed that more players didn't stay around and watch Oakland celebrate a little bit yesterday. I know it's tough to watch, but the Tigers have a chance to clinch here, and then Cleveland maybe. So Twins might be part of 3 celebrations. I hope the young players watch because you want that hunger. And even Ron Gardenhire talked about that. As far as, hey, watch the other team sometimes celebrate and say, what do I have to do to get better as a member of a team to get to where those clubs are going? And that's postseason.
1-2. Infante single. Just flared one over the head of Parmalee at first for a 1-out single in the second.
I remember, way back when I'd watch teams celebrate. I'd be in the dugout, and other teams were celebrating. I'm thinking, boy, look at those fools. They're making fools of themselves, jumping up and down, all excited, And then finally you get there and you're that fool out there jumping up and down. Pretty cool.
Line drive. The business end of the bat ends up behind home plate. Another good inning for Pelfrey. 3 scratch hits. That's all he's given up to the Tigers. Sports North is presented by McDonald's. Try the new Premium McWrap at McDonald's today. I'm loving it. And by Toyota. Let's go places. To find your nearest Toyota dealer and check out our current offers, visit buyatoyota.com. No score, bottom of the fourth. Let's hoping to draw first blood. Pepsi fans of the game, some kids. Big mugging for the camera.
Keep your tongue in.
Osmil Pinto got off the second with a single to left. Got as far as third base. Swings through his sliders, one strike. Got a chance to talk with Pinto a little bit today. During batting practice, for one thing, he's one of those guys you want to watch because he can put a charge in the ball. He's extremely strong. The ball does different things off his bat. And I asked him, because we've been told the Twins signed him and kind of turned him into a catcher, but he said back home catcher was his primary position. He played a little bit at first base and a little bit in the outfield, but he caught a lot as a kid before he grew up, or before he was signed. And Verlander eats him up in the second at bat here in the fourth inning.
And strikeout number 9 for Verlander. Wow.
Twins are 2 for 3 on balls put in play.
Yeah, we need contact. Well, this breaking ball starting inner half, and then Pinto swinging through it.
Parmalee single to right his first time up. He's actually hit a home run against Verlander. He's 4 for 11 with a home run and contact, albeit foul, 1 strike.
Well, Verlander strikeout high in his career, 14. He did it twice. Last year against the Yankees. 9 already. With 1 out in the fourth.
Check swing. The appeal. No 1-1. 65th pitch for Verlander, and the last thing Jim Leland will do, although he has allowed Verlander at times to get to 120 some pitches, 124 in his last start. He's not going to burn him up here the week before the playoffs begin. On the outside corner, 1-2. Verlander work in the second and even a little bit in the first after Herman drew a walk. Around the hands, 2-2.
All fastballs so far to Parmalee here.
On the outside corner.
And there's the curveball, strikeout number 10.
10 strikeouts for Justin Verlander. Fox Sports North is your home for Wild hockey. Get ready for the start of the regular season with Minnesota Wild season preview. We'll take an inside look at Mike Yo's offseason, break down the team's additions and subtractions, plus let you know what to expect from the new Central Division. It's all on Wild season preview tonight at 10:30, only on Fox Sports North. Outside, Clete Thomas called out on strikes. His first time up.
Unbelievable. Verlander last 6 straight strikeouts. Third time he's had a 10 strikeout ball game.
2-0. The biggest strikeout was his strikeout of Thomas in the second. Pinto and Parmalee started the inning with singles, and then Thomas was called out on strikes. Swing and a miss. 2-1.
Now for Verlander, that's the 27th game in his career that he's had 10 or more strikeouts. And guess who's leading? He's trailing only Mickey Lolich. Lolich had 54 games of 10 or more strikeouts.
Let's take strike 2.
He doesn't like his defense at all. He's not even getting them let him play.
Up high, 3-2. Escobar on deck.
I mean, the guy's on behind him right now saying, you know, hey, let him hit us a ball. Couple walks, 10 strikeouts, couple base hits, one little pop-up.
Thomas protecting the outside corner, bounces and foul. Cabrera smiling, wondering why he's even out there with a glove on. Three-two. And ball four. Thomas will take first. And now we'll see whether the Twins try to steal him into scoring position.
Third walk for Verlander.
Thomas is only 1 for 4 in stolen bases, but you've got essentially a singles hitter and Escobar up here, and you've just been given a base runner. Why not try to exploit it and get him into second?
I was going to say maybe a hit and run, but the Twins aren't making very good contact.
I don't know. This is the best guy to try to hit and run against. And Verlander thinking the same thing. Got a free shot here at maybe scoring the game's first run if you can steal Thomas. And then Escobar gets a base hit. But not on the first pitch. And Escobar gets his hit. Serving one to left field. First and second, 2 down, and Florimo will come up again.
That looked like a changeup or something out over the plate. Escobar just ready to swing the bat. Hits it softly in the left. Third hit of the game. Take a look at the pitch right here. I think it's an off-speed pitch. Yeah, changeup. And Escobar, good piece of hitting. Hitting it in the left.
Kind of like the changeup that struck out Presley to wrap up the second inning. Here's Florimo who walked in the second. He takes inside ball 1.
Everybody has struck out in the Twins lineups so far, except for Florimo, who did walk in the second inning.
That's only because he's only come to the plate once.
He's trying to be nice.
Swing and a miss. 1-1.
Trying to find the positive, you know.
One and one to the Twin shortstop. Pop up and Cabrera near the third base bag. Makes the catch. And Strand 2 more. On to the 5th. No score.
I'm Jamie Hirsch inside the Minnesota Lottery Winner's Circle. We're going to help complete the checklist for Barry, who went to his first Vikings game yesterday, is at his first Twins game tonight, and hey, there you go, check number 3 getting circled by Bert. So thank you very much, Bert Blyleven. What do you think of your first Twins game here so far?
This is awesome. I love it.
And a beautiful night at Target Field, would you say?
Yes, very nice out.
All right, well, we're going to help make it even better by giving you $100 worth of scratch-offs courtesy of the Minnesota Lottery.
Thank you.
All right, enjoy the game, you guys.
Very nice sign. Thank you. And you are hereby circled. I hope those scratch-offs get him some extra money. Help pay for those tickets.
Pelfrey with a changeup on the outside corner to Alex Avila. And Santiago and Jackson in the Tiger fifth. Pretty good pitch. Missed the inside corner. 1-1.
Pelfrey with 60 pitches in a ball game, 37 strikes.
Really hadn't been much of anything hit hard against him. The 3 hits have been scratch hits. A little pump back liner over Parmelee's head. A couple of one chopper and a 7-hopper right up the middle. 1-1. Foul back 1-2. Hoping to celebrate at Target Field. One and two. There's a fastball on the outside corner, and at 94 miles per hour, Pelfrey hit his spot perfectly.
Yep, and strikeout number 4 for Pelfrey. He's been picking up some strikeouts as of late. Very good pitch. Great location, down and away. Pinto holding it.
One down. Here's Ramon Santiago. Talked with Terry Steinbach the other day about Pinto and his early impressions, and he can get a little starstruck, I guess, by a 370 batting average or whatever it is right now for Pinto. But what Terry has said has been most impressive is Pinto spends a lot of time on the defensive part of his game, calling the game. He will watch an awful lot of videotape, not of himself hitting home runs or his at bats, but the other team's at bats. You have the technology now to do that. If you want to invest the time, you can see, for instance, what Santiago has done in his last 25 at bats, and Pinto puts in the time. And the first solid base hit against Pelfrey with Santiago poking a single to center.
Yeah, you see, Pinto wanted a fastball in, but 2-0, you have to be, you can't really hit the corner, and Pelfrey left it out over the plate, and Santiago lined it right up the middle. All starters doing a good job here so far. Verlander, 4 innings. Pelfrey, 4 1/3. It's Verlander with 10 strikeouts, but most important thing, zeros. No runs allowed.
Jackson's over 2, a strikeout and a ground ball. Foul back. But that work ethic that Terry's talking about with Pinto should bode very well for his long-term future as a catcher. To spend the time trying to get better at what is a perceived weakness of his, calling a game up here and learning how to get major league hitters generally, but then specific major league hitters out. 1 strike. And chop foul, 2 strikes.
And I think one of the most important things, Dick, is getting to know the starting staff. Remember, he was down in AA, then AAA got called up, went to spring training, but didn't get a lot of playing time. Maybe on the backfield.
Two strikes. of Escobar's reach. Jackson with a base hit. And Santiago checks in at second. For the first time, the Tigers have back-to-back hits. If you're looking for something extra special to take home after a game here at Target Field, check out the kiosk at the ballpark that has a vast array of game-used merchandise, bats, balls, jerseys, all items used in a game here at the ballpark. It's located between gates 29 and 34 out in right field. So if you're coming to the ball game yet this week, stop by and find something unique. You can get tickets by calling 800-33-TWINS or visiting twinsbaseball.com. There's what it looks like with some game-used bats suspended.
Let's get a ground ball right here off the bat of Torrey Hunter. Torrey's hit in the 10 double plays. Pelfrey's been able to get 16. Torrey showing bunt right there.
Hunter wouldn't have conceived of hitting in the middle of the lineup for the Twins or the Angels, but Jim Leyland's put him in the number 2 spot and left him there pretty much all year long, trying to get Cabrera to the plate with as many men on base as possible. One and 0. Deep to left center field. And Hunter with a ground rule double, and it's a 1-0 Tiger lead. 3 straight hits after Pelfrey had scattered 3 hits through 4 innings.
Yeah, I don't know if he was trying to come inside, but Torrey opened up quickly and hit that ground rule double, driving in the runner at second, Santiago. And the ground rule double keeps Jackson at third base. That ball came running in on Torrey. See how quick Torrey opened up. Ball hitting the warning track and bouncing into the bullpen for the ground rule double. Torrey with his 83rd RBI of the year.
And now the dilemma. Cabrera at the plate, first base open, but Fielder, who's been swinging a very good bat, hitting behind Cabrera.
Cabrera has been walked 19 times intentionally.
Inside, ball 1.
I think this is a big pitch right here. You fall behind on Cabrera, then you go ahead and walk him, and hopefully Fielder hits your ground ball.
Cabrera swinging a pitch inside, fouled it back 1-1.
That's why I said that fastball away for Pelfrey just as important as that 2-seamer running in on right-handers. Because you saw Torrey Hunter kind of open up and maybe looking for it. That 2-seamer ran right into that swing. And right there, that last pitcher looked like Cabrera opened up.
So sets up back inside. Another one foul back.
Cabrera strikes out about once every 5 or 6 at-bats.
He might get to 100 strikeouts this year, but probably not.
91 strikeouts and 538 at-bats.
Pelfrey ahead of him 1-2. Pinto blocks a breaking ball in the dirt.
.74 pitches, and you can see Pelfrey third time through the lineup. Not good.
Two and two. And inside again. Pinto doing what he can to move laterally through the strike zone, inside, outside, and Pelfrey for the most part hitting his spots.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to go in, you have to go way in on Cabrera, and then maybe that slider, a good slider down and away. Right-handers hitting .332 off of Pelfrey. Left-handers only .278.
Another 2-2. Inside, got another one off the handle a little bit.
Staying inside with that running fastball.
Intently watching, mentioning something to Ron Gardenhire. 2-2. And now 3-2. Belfry's shot a lot of bullets at Cabrera here and may end up walking him anyway with Fielder on deck.
I think right here, if he goes back inside, Cabrera's going to open up quickly to see if they go in or out on this pitch.
It's got him. So waited, and then set up the target inside off the plate. Pelfrey got a big strikeout.
Yes,
2 down.
Yeah, that's a big strikeout for Mike Pelfrey. Strikeout number 5 in the ball game.
Rick Anderson is going to come to the mound here to talk strategy.
Well, give him credit. He kept working Cabrera in. Even watch Fox tracks right here where those pitches were.
Can't give the rookie catcher some credit for persisting and staying in there. Now, first base open. And Fielder due up with Martinez hitting behind him. It doesn't get easy, and Anderson talking as much, it looks like, with Pinto as with Pelfrey as to how to go about this at bat. Quick trip to the mound by the Twins pitching coach.
We're going to show you Fox tracks, but I'll tell you what, every pitch he went at Cabrera, the last 4 or 5 were all running inside. Big strikeout.
Pinto will get down on the crouch. Fielder with a walk in the first, an unintentional walk, and a bouncer to second. Drifts outside, ball 1.
He got Fielder to end the 3rd inning on a good sinker down and away that he just hit the dozer at second base. Couple runners in scoring position. 2 outs.
Missed the corner. He thought he had it.
Here we go.
See it, Fox tracks.
Yeah.
Got it.
Right where he wanted to deliver the pitch. 2-0. That was called. 2-1.
Fielder having some words with Bill Welke.
Straight hits against Pelfrey, giving the Tigers a 1-0 lead. Trying to do a little damage control here in the 5th. Hunter at second, Jackson at third. 2-1 to Fielder. And Pelfrey knocks it down and makes a nice fielding play. The Tigers get 1, but only 1 in the 5th.
I just like feeling, I'm pretty much right here, right down the middle of the ball. I pretty much just like feeling the entirety of the ball in my hand.
Can you show that just how much, is there any grip? So that's pretty much right against the skin there.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. It's pretty tight in there, yeah. And, I tried this grip, which is, typical, so you can feel like you're pulling off this seam, but for some reason that never worked for me, and I just kind of slowly migrated to the middle of the baseball.
That is incredible. Usually they say to use a breaking ball, you want to utilize the seams for the tight rotation, but it's almost a no seam type of curveball.
Presley in the first pitch drives it to left center field. He's got a single. He's trying for two. Dirk's throw, not in time. Alex Presley cracks a leadoff double here in the fifth.
He didn't waste any time jumping on that first pitch from Verlander, down and away, and went with it. Nice piece of hitting for Presley. Picking up his fourth double in a Twins uniform.
Nice to see that speed put in play.
He watches this ball as he hustles down that first baseline and sees that Dirks has to go get it, and then it's going to take a perfect throw and the throw a little bit on the outfield side. The Twins get their fourth hit.
And now we'll see whether Herman would think about a bunt here. Cabrera's in on the edge of the grass at third base. Herman walked in the first, struck out in the third, and on a night when putting the ball in play seems to be a challenge against Verlander, a bunt might be in order here.
Well, it might be in order. Also, Cabrera with that little bit of injury. With that groin injury, he's got a tough time moving around a little bit at third.
That's, I think, a significant point that Cabrera is not DHing. He is trying to play third base with his injury because he knows that if he DHs, Victor Martinez doesn't play. One strike to Herman. Twins had a similar opportunity in the second, and Thomas did not bunt and instead was called out on strikes. Twins had first and second, nobody out. Outside, 1-1. Trying to get something done with a leadoff double. Making ball and a called strike.
Last thing you want to do is strike out here. You need to put the ball in play. Hopefully advance Presley.
One down.
Strikeout number 11.
And that will bring up Dozier, who has struck out twice tonight.
45th time that Herman has struck out in 145 at-bats. Hard curveball.
And now Dozier, who has struck out twice, looking. Wrapped to short. Presley tries to advance, and he's thrown out.
Not a good base running decision right there by Alex Presley. The ball hit in front of you, you stay at second base. The tying run now at first base rather than at second. Well, Dozier jumping on that first pitch, and Santiago could throw to Cabrera right there. All Cabrera has to do is apply the tag. Right into the sliding Presley.
Two down, and now Willingham, who has struck out twice. Twins made you rarely see it once a season, and the Twins twice in the ball game yesterday had base runners after getting a base hit thrown out by a right fielder after reaching first base. And now this. Dozier now may be left with the option or prospect of trying to steal second to make up for the base running mistake by Presley.
Yeah, Brian has 13 stolen bases. Been caught 7 times.
Willingham at least will work ahead in this at bat. Fallen behind a couple of times and struck out 2 more times. 11 strikeouts in 19 at bats against Verlander. Presley trying to do too much, but that was set up because of Herman's inability to advance him to third base in the first place. 1-0 to Willingham. Swing and a miss. Looking for a fastball. He got it. He just missed it.
Just swung right through it.
One and one to Willingham. Vila sets up outside. Verlander hits the target but doesn't get the call. You know, the Twins, in retrospect, caught a big break on Hunter's double. The ball hit in the middle of the warning track, bounced over, and as it played out in the inning, that cost the Tigers a run.
Right.
And then the Twins played the infield back. And were conceding a run, but Cabrera struck out, and now Willingham shoots one to right field, and Dozier will hold up at second base. Willingham with a hit against Verlander, first and second, 2 down now for Pinto.
Yeah, that looked like the slider right there that was left out over the plate, and Willingham just took it the other way. Yeah, slider. Josh almost watch his head right there. Willingham will just drives that ball to right field.
Very often Josh tries not to pull the ball, but as you said, you can just see from the replay of his swing, pulling was the last thing on his mind. He was anticipating an off-speed pitch and stayed on it, hit it sharply to right. Now Pinto, single to left in the second, then a strikeout. Put away ball 1. Burton, Twins have sent 4 men to the plate this inning and only 1 man struck out.
Not saying anything.
One and 0 to Pinto. 2 and 0.
Well, one thing Pinto's doing, he's done a pretty good job of making contact. Just hopefully he can hit this ball sharply somewhere in a gap. 5 doubles, 3 home runs for Pinto.
2 and 0. First strike. The slider. Two and 1 to Pinto. Popped him up behind first. Fielder chasing it. And Infante, the second baseman, with the catch. A fair ball catch. Twins lead 2. It's 1-0 Detroit after 5.
Verlander getting his team out of a jam in the bottom of the fifth, and he's the subject of tonight's Grand Casino Social Spotlight. Justin Verlander is having a bit of a down year by his standards, but hey, he is still Justin Verlander, very, very good. And we want to know where he ranks among your top American League starters this season and why. Maybe you have him right at the top or a couple guys down. Give us your answer using the hashtag ALVerlander, and we will share our favorite tweets in our post-game show. And we want to remind you, tomorrow is Twitter Tuesday, and we have a very special guest for our final installment of Twitter Tuesday, manager Ron Gardenhire. So use the hashtag AskATwin to send Gardy your thoughts, and we could ask your question tomorrow in our pregame show at 6:30 here on Fox Sports North. Guys?
Well, thank you, Jimmy. Jamie, that's nice of Gardy to do that because I don't think he's on Twitter. And he's going to take some time out of his busy day tomorrow to do that. Ball one to Victor Martinez as we begin the sixth. Martinez has popped the ball up twice, once to Florimone, once to Dozier.
Max Scherzer will be pitching here on Wednesday. Won his 20th game in his last start. Probably the front runner in the American League Cy Young Award race.
Hoping to cut loose in the visiting clubhouse here at Target Field at some point. 2-0 to Martinez. Dirks will follow. The only postseason celebration here has been in the home clubhouse when the Twins won in 2010. They're opposing for somebody. Remember, the Twins won the division in 2010. They won their game and had to wait for, I think it was the White Sox to lose. Dozier gets it in the air, one down. And there was a later than normal, but a very spirited celebration that followed. Let's go now to Los Angeles for a Fox Sports 1 game break. Thank you very much. A nice play by Chris Parmalee, and Pelfrey covering the bag. A hot ground ball by Dirks. A quick second out. Yes, Tigers would get into the playoffs having clinched a wild card spot if Houston somehow magically were able to beat the Rangers. Doesn't look like that's going to happen.
Yeah, take a look at Dirks jumping on that first pitch. Parmalee backhanding it and then flipping to Pelfrey, covering first.
Down in the sixth, and Infante. A crippling loss for the Orioles. They're all but out of it. They had a 4-2 lead late, and a frightening collision between Alexi Casilla and Nick Markakis allowed the Rays to tie it. And the one thing that the wild card contenders can't afford this late in the season happened to the Orioles. They were swept by another wild card contender, the Rays, in a 4-game series.
And that magic continues for the Rays at home. James Loney hit the pinch hit home run.
Yeah, bottom of the 10th, I believe.
Yeah.
And another crippling, literally crippling blow to the Yankees. CC Sabathia with a hamstring injury. He's done for the season if the Yankees somehow could overcome the deficit in the teams to get into the playoffs. Texas can stay game behind Cleveland, idle. The Indians, of course, finished the season here, and tomorrow they'll open up at home against the White Sox. 2-1 to Infante. 3-1. Avila will hit next. A walk with 2 gone in the 6th.
A second walk for Pelfrey in the ballgame.
Right Now on FoxSportsNorth.com. Hit or error. Find out what goes into the thought process from the Twins official scorers. And don't forget to submit your questions to the Vikings and Gophers mailbags. And the Wolves player profile series continues with a look at Derek Williams. Avila reached on a fielder's choice in the second and was called out on strikes in the fifth. You said one wants to finish on a high note. We don't know that he won't get another start after this, but this has been one of his better starts of the year.
Yes, it has.
Foul back.
He pitched that good game in Texas where he only allowed 1 run in 7 innings, and then the last 3 starts not very good. So far so good here tonight. Good job of damage control last inning after the RBI double.
Casey Fiend warming up with Pelfrey approaching the 100 pitch mark. You really find out what's left in the tank in the situation that he was faced in the fifth. Swing and a miss. 2 strikes. Tigers with 3 straight hits. They had a run on the board, second and third, and maybe the most potent 1-2 punch in the American League. Cabrera and Fielder, and he got them both.
Struck out Cabrera, and then Fielder hit a ball back to him that Pelfrey knocked down to get the final out.
Two strikes to Avila.
Nico sitting way away.
Half swing.
Yes,
no.
Sure looked like he went.
His entire upper torso went. We'll see what happened to the bat. Adrian Johnson said no swing.
Take a look at that high fastball.
Oh, that was a swing.
Yeah, and this will give us the best look at it. Sure looked like the barrel of the bat went in front of home plate.
One and two. You think back to the check swing that Tim McClellan called in the ball game yesterday. That wasn't even close to a swing.
Here's slow motion.
That ended up almost being pointed to the third base umpire, but he said no swing. 2 and 2. Runner goes. And Pinto will not have a throw. Not sure if he didn't get a grip on the ball.
Infante got a very good jump right there off of Pelfrey. 10 stolen base against Pelfrey in 13 attempts. Infante stealing his 5th base of the year. Look at the jump he got. He got a very good jump. And Pinto deciding not to throw.
Suddenly, this is a big pitch here. It's 3 and 2 to a man who should already have been struck out, and the inning should have ended. Now a runner in scoring position. And Avila ends up taking a walk. Santiago will get it. Santiago started the 3-hit barrage in the 5th inning. 1-out single. He ended up scoring so far the only run of the game. Pinto to the mound to talk to Pelfrey. A pair of 2-out walks here in the 6th.
Saw Casey Fiend getting up, and he should be loose, but see if they let Pelfrey work through this.
Right here. Here we go. Come on now.
Given who he has faced and what is at stake for the Tigers, again, this has been one of Pelfrey's better outings. Hoping to get Santiago and keep this a 1-0 game. Breaking ball snapping over for a strike.
Santiago jumped on a 2-0 fastball in his last at-bat, picked up a base hit, later scored.
Outside. 100 pitches for Mike Pelfrey. Chat with Pelfrey.
Most pitches Pelfrey has thrown in a ball game, 113. That against the Indians. Big out right here for the Twins.
Two and one to Santiago. Flared to left. Hanging in the air for Thomas. Mike Pelfrey has pitched his tail off here tonight. Come off the mound, and the Twins trailing 1-0. Two innings. Start like this for Mike Pelfrey. Very much appreciated.
Yeah, he did a very good job. 102 pitches for Pelfrey, 59 strikes, a couple innings. Last two innings, he had to work out of tough situations, but able to keep the Tigers only with one run on the board. Let's see if the Twins offense can get him that run back and some.
Chris Parmalee with a single to right and a strikeout against Justin Verlander. He'll lead off in sixth. Tigers with one more hit than the Twins. That extra hit, third straight hit in the fifth inning by Torrey Hunter, driving in the only run so far. Parmalee, a barrel out, but lifted it foul down the right field line.
All three at bats, Parmalee is up there swinging at that first pitch. In the second inning, base hit on the first pitch, and then fouled the pitch off in the fourth inning and ended up striking out.
And two strikes. The Twins at least slowed in the fifth inning Verlander's strikeout pace. 5 men came to the plate, and he only struck out 1.
11 strikeouts for Verlander. 95 pitches. 63 strikes.
Pop up to left field. Running in is Dirks. One down. Take a look at the Subway box score with the Tigers up 1-0.
Well, that double by Presley, then that was a big play that he got picked off at third base on Dozier's ground ball, but Willingham with a base hit, Pinto, Parmalee, and Escobar. That's it. No runs.
Clink Thomas has not put a ball in play. He has been called out on strikes and walked. Down the line. And a fair ball into the corner. I don't know if a fan touched it or not. Apparently not. Thomas has a one-out double. The Twins get the tying run in scoring position again.
And for Thomas's 15th double of the year, high fastball, inside-out swing, and he gets into scoring position. So look at the pitch again, fastball. Hitting it right down that left field line, staying fair into the corner.
I thought I saw a fan touch it.
I don't think the fan can reach right there, can it? Can he?
Yeah, right
Yeah,
there.
they did.
Yeah,
They did.
I thought I saw a fan touch it.
How can you see around that corner? You know, you must be a father. You have eyes in the back of your head.
No, I was a son. And to watch for my father. Well, here's Escobar, and a hit to the outfield would very likely get the game tied. Escobar singled his last time up. Twins, just in terms of men in scoring position, had a great chance in the second, another chance in the fourth, another chance in the fifth after the leadoff double. But still nothing to break the ice against Verlander.
Twins have left 8 men on.
Escobar uncoils. 1-1.
Well, again, Verlander making his 6th career start here at Target Field since 2010, where he's 4-0 with a 2.25 earned run average. He's pitched very well here.
Must have happened to Avila because Bill Welke was tending to a plate that didn't need to be tended to. I don't know if Escobar hit him with the bat on the follow through or what happened. 1-1. Off the plate, 2-1. One hit, the Hunter double, having been the lone run of the game so far. Tigers 1 for 5. With men in scoring position, the Twins 0 for 7. Two and two. It's that intermediate pitch that seems to be giving the Twins the most trouble. You know, they've hit the fastball, they've hit the curve, but that slider they haven't been able to touch.
That looked like the changeup
was it?
right there
Okay.
at 86. And that changeup, he's got a little movement on it that just tails away from left to left-handers. Left-handers hitting only 238 off of Verlander. Right-handers 282.
2-2 to Escobar. And Avila to the mound. Fielder with the catch. A soft liner, and it came down to Fielder for out number 2. Thomas still at second base. MLB.com at bat is celebrating 5 years as your #1 mobile app for live baseball, available for iPhone, iPad, Android, BlackBerry 10, and Windows Phone 8. At bat delivers Twins baseball with live audio, pitch tracking, stats, highlights, and more. Text at bat to 31826 or visit twinsbaseball.com. Here's Florimone. It's walked and popped up. A fastball gets a swing and a miss. Still 97 miles per hour for Verlander.
Still a horse.
Somebody who gets daily national exposure, suggested the other day that the Tigers move Verlander to the bullpen. That was my reaction.
Really? And you? Wow.
2-1.
Why?
The theory was he's having an off year, and why not do what the Giants did last year with Tim Lincecum?
An off year. 13 wins, over 200 innings again. Over 200 strikeouts.
Come sniping at me now. I'm just telling you what happened.
Well, that gentleman might be listening, Dick.
2-1 to Florimon.
Verlander, he's a guy that you build your staff around. That's why they went out and got Sanchez. Max Scherzer, Fister.
That slower breaking ball, and he drops it over for a strike. 2-2. He's evolved as a pitcher, and I think we've seen it here tonight. Take a look at this pitch. It used to be when he got into tough situations, he just reared back and blew people away, but now he pitches his way out of jam.
And that comes with innings pitched.
And now the power at 98 miles per hour. He might statistically not be having the best year, but he can still pitch his way out of a jam. Up 1-0.
Well, pitcher's duel right here. I mean, Beltry pitched well, 6 very good innings. Verlander, 12 strikeouts in the ball game, and he has struck out every starter now with the strikeout of Florimon. The only damage, the ground rule double off the bat of Torrey Hunter. That scored Ramon Santiago in the 5th inning. And Pelfrey's evening is done, so the bullpen takes over for the Twins. And the first one out will be Casey Fiend, making his 71st relief appearance, a former Tiger. Like to do well against his former teammates. Comes in with a 5-2 record out of the bullpen. See the strikeouts, 69 strikeouts in 60 1/3 innings pitched for Casey Fiend.
And a strike call. Pinto can gather it in. Yeah, it all came together for Fiend last year. Worked a cutter into his arsenal. Brought it with him from Rochester and pitched very well in 35 innings and 35 games. And he's been given more pressure situations this year. This one squirted and it just misses the bag.
Well, he was one of the lucky relievers that didn't have to pitch in Oakland. His last appearance on Wednesday in Chicago worked 2/3 of an inning in that 2-4-3 win for the Twins.
You read Josh Reddick's quote in the paper about what the A's attitude was.
Yeah, everybody was running to the bat rack. They couldn't wait to get there.
I sense that, having watched every inning of
You can't blame them.
It was a bludgeoning. 2 strikes to Austin Jackson. And he puts him away quickly.
And there looked like that little cutter you're talking about right there. Looks like a slider, but it's a fastball, just kind of cuts a little bit. And Fiend picking up another strikeout, his 70th in 60 2/3 innings. It's just been a straight fastball. Good pitch. Any pitch is a good pitch to just get a strikeout.
One down, and here's Hunter. 2 hits, including the ground rule double that drove in the run. This one hit to the other gap. And that ball goes to the wall, and Hunter has another double. So an RBI double to left center field, and now a 1-out double to right center.
You know, he's getting better and better the older that Torrey's getting. 38 years old, turned 38 in July. He hit well last year when he hit .313 for the Angels, and now his batting average back over 300 again for the Tigers. And his second double of the ball game, his 37th of the year.
And that'll bring up Miguel Cabrera. Off the plate, ball 1. Cabrera, by his standards, has actually done minimal damage against the Twins this year. 1 for 3, and his hit today was a 6-7 hopper right up the middle. Florimon, had he been able to glove it, might have still been able to throw him out. This one scalded to center, and Presley fields it on a hop, gets it back in quickly. Hunter coming through, and the ball not cut off by Escobar. Hunter scores the 2nd run. Escobar coming in, and the throw by Presley on one hop was not cut off. I don't know what chance they might have had to get him had they cut it off.
Well, that ball was hit on the line. Torrey actually had to hesitate at second base because he didn't know if Presley was going to catch it or not. And that ball's got to be cut off. I don't know why it is not cut off.
If he cuts it off and turns and fires, right, they got a chance.
Exactly. Instead, Cabrera picking up his 137th RBI on his 2nd hit. It's a 2-0 Tiger lead.
Fielder, big run for the Tigers in the 7th. And it's Hunter and Cabrera combining to make it a 2-0 ball game. His last hit notwithstanding, 137 runs batted in, just his 16th against the Twins, and the Twins have kept him in the 250 range in terms of batting average. One and one. Fielder 0 for 2 with a walk. Couple of ground balls. Pelfrey made a nice fielding play, knocking down a hard one hopper and retiring him at first for the final out of the 5th inning. Now fouled back 1-2. Driving in one, scoring the other. One and 2 to Prince Fielder. Another foul. Pitches up around the belt. Hunter and Cabrera whacked them pretty hard, and now off speed outside 2-2.
Yeah, for Torrey Hunter, that's the 90th time that he has scored this year. They have Austin Jackson leading off. He has scored 97 times. Cabrera himself has scored 102 times. They have scored almost 200 more runs than the Twins have this year, the Tigers.
Another 3-hit sequence for the Tigers. Cabrera will only get to second base. With one out, as they did in the 5th, the Tigers get 3 straight hits, 2-0. And as this season winds down, you can start thinking about next year in spring training in sunny Fort Myers. You can join the Twins on the official spring training fan experience. One-stop shopping for game tickets and hotel accommodations, as well as exclusive pregame meet and greets with players, front office staff, and other personalities. Learn more. Be ready to book as soon as the spring training schedule comes out. 612-276-3824. Now those things aren't as menacing as they look. Those alligators, are they?
Yes, they are. Stay away from them.
Really?
Oh, yes. Well, if you want to go pet them, go ahead. It'll be the last thing you ever pet.
I think that shot, that particular shot, is the alligator that used to live in the pond beyond the right outside of Hammond Stadium.
Sure, they removed him.
That's a job I'm glad I don't have. Victor Martinez will hit. 2 men aboard, 1 man out. Victor Martinez will hit while Ryan Presley is warming up in the bullpen.
Well, Casey's left some pitches up, and that's where the hits have come from Torrey Hunter, Cabrera, and Fielder. He did strike out Jackson on a high fastball to start the top of the 7th. Get a ground ball right here. Martinez has hit into 23 double plays.
As imposing as this threesome is, Cabrera, Fielder, and Martinez, there's not a lick of speed there at all. And Martinez.
That's why I said get the ground ball here.
After Cabrera's single, Fielder moving Cabrera up 1 base only, and if Martinez singles, it might be station to station again. Missing inside, 2-0.
Well, the Tigers have the fewest stolen bases in all of baseball, only 34 stolen bases. But why steal a base when you have those horses in your lineup that are going to knock you in? There, Billy Butler leading in most double plays hit into.
2-0. Victor Martinez fouling it back. 2-1.
This guy's always been a good hitter, a career 300 hitter from both sides of the plate. Career that started back in 2002 with the Indians. Victor Martinez, 4-time All-Star.
Six series between these two teams. The Twins have won 2 series. Tigers have won 3. 2-1. Well, back 2-2. Struck out Jackson. Then the Tigers went double, single, single. Two and two. Down the right field line, and another hit for the Tigers. 4 straight. Cabrera will score. And it's 3-0 Detroit. Casey Fiend getting dinged around here with 4 straight hits in the 7th.
An RBI double for Martinez, his 36th of the year. And again, you get ground balls on pitches down in the zone, and that ball left in, and Martinez fought it off and hit it down that right field line. Martinez opening up quickly, hitting it into the corner. Cabrera chugs across home plate, and Fielder over to third with the double by Martinez, driving in his 82nd run.
Now Dirks will be walked. Fill him up for Infante. This game well within reach. You saw Jim Leland right there talking with Cabrera. One of the concerns they have is aggravating the injury while he's on the bases. He's had to run the bases here in the 7th all the way around.
Come and see him limping right there. I wonder if Cabrera maybe going to come out of the ball game here.
Well, you've got now a 3-run lead. Still plenty of baseball to go, but now Ron Gardenhire has to come out and get Fiend. He didn't pitch in the Oakland series, but he has a very rough outing here against the Tigers. With 1 man retired, 5 straight have reached, and Fiend will come out of the ball game. And 1 out. CenturyLink linked to what's next. Appearance by Ryan Presley.
Yeah, Ryan Presley made his major league debut against the Tigers back on April 4th. Twins won that ball game. That was a game that Mike Pelfrey started. He pitched 1 shutout inning with a strikeout. Presley here making his 48th relief appearance. He did pitch in Oakland. He gave up 3 runs in an inning and a third. A big blow off of Presley was a 2-run home run by Josh Donaldson, and the Twins 11-0 loss on Friday.
Corner infielders up. Middle infielders at double play depth. Fonte with a single and a walk and 3 plate appearances. Ball 1.
What we have seen from Presley, a good fastball, then the curveball. We're mixing a slider and a changeup. Maybe a good 90+ mile an hour fastball. Can the Twins turn 2?
1. Acrobatically turned. It started by Dozier, quickly to Florimon. Inning over. Tigers add 2. It's 3-0.
Yeah, good job by Presley.
been a good one for Detroit. Left-hander Drew Smiley.
Yeah, a guy that couldn't crack the starting rotation, so they started him in the bullpen, and boy, he has done a great job. 60th relief appearance. A guy that can go multi-innings. 74 innings pitched in the 59 of previous appearances. 78 strikeouts, only 16 walks.
Tigers have had nothing but problems with Phil Cope this year, physical and otherwise. And so Smiley has stepped in to give them their most reliable left-handed relief help. He'll face Presley, Herman, and Dozier in the 7th. Off the plate, ball 1.
You know, we saw this in Oakland, you know, where they had Anderson and Maloney, 2 left-handers that could pitch long out of that bullpen that couldn't crack the starting rotation. Smiley last year, 18 starts for the Tigers, and out of the bullpen 4 times. This year, strictly a reliever.
Smiley would probably be a starter for any other team in the American League Central, but given the team that he is playing for, where would you put him in? At whose expense? Verlander's been healthy. Scherzer likely Cy Young Award winner. Sanchez leading the league in ERA. Porcello's been fine. Presley fouls it back.
Well, these guys are just as important as a starter. Now, Verlander threw a lot of pitches in 6 innings. 6 shutout innings, 12 strikeouts. And, you know, here you need somebody to go in the 7th, maybe the 8th, to set up the closer. And Smiley has been able to do that.
Presley will try to beat it out. Cabrera to his left. Safe. And his lack of mobility to his left, and he comes up limping now after the throw. And Presley's able to beat out a base hit.
Well, right off the end of the bat, Presley, this is what the Twins want him to do. Slap that ball and run. It's exactly what Presley did to Cabrera's left. I don't know if Cabrera could have played it any better, but once he let that ball go, you see big man's hurting. Presley picks up his 2nd hit.
Twins with another leadoff hit. Presley gave him a leadoff double in the 5th. They didn't score. 3rd leadoff hit. Herman has walked and struck out twice. Up the middle and through. And Presley will check in at 2nd. The Twins rallying in the bottom of the 7th, trying to break through. They'll get Dozier up with the tying run.
Well, Justin Verlander worked the first 6 innings. Again, another good outing here at Target Field. No runs allowed, 3 walks, 12 strikeouts, 107 pitches, 71 for strikes. Only 1 ground ball out for Verlander, 5 fly ball outs to go with his 12 strikeouts.
Smiley's been really good, but he is touched for a couple of base hits and taken out without retiring a batter. Dozier will face a right-hander with the Twins threatening again to get the game tied up. Al Albuquerque will come in for Detroit with the Twins threatening. 1st and 2nd, nobody out. any of them off. And now a start of a threat here in the 7th. A pair of singles, nobody out. Dozier will try to lay off the slider of Al Albuquerque.
Albuquerque, you can see the strikeouts for Albuquerque, 66. Also the walks, 33 and 46 in the 3rd innings. Albuquerque starting the season down in the minor leagues, called up in the middle of May. And that's one area that the bullpen has been trouble for Jim Leland is this spot right here, the 7th, 8th inning. That's why Smiley's been a nice addition, but you mentioned Koch has struggled. This guy right here, he can come in and he can throw the ball all over the place at times, but at other times he can go out and strike out the side. Very inconsistent.
Tigers got some production from the middle of their lineup in the top of this inning. We'll see what the Twins can do with theirs. Dozier, strike 1.
Well, you can get that fastball in the upper 90s, that hard slider you were talking about, and then he'll mix an occasional changeup.
Off the plate, 1-1. Twins have not done much against Albuquerque.
He's had a lot of injuries over his career. Tommy John surgery, a couple shoulder surgeries.
Swing and a miss.
There's that slider.
1-2.
More action in the Tigers bullpen.
Alvarez, Luke Buchanan. 1-2 to Dozier.
Another call, 3rd strike. 3rd time tonight that Dozier has been called out on the 3rd strike. Verlander got him twice in his first 2 at-bats. Ball right down the middle of the plate. Can't pull the trigger tonight.
Willing
Dozier
with a couple of strikeouts, and he lined a single to right against Verlander. Twins need a long ball from Josh. Up and in, ball 1.
Albuquerque has allowed 5 home runs on the year.
Up and in again. Oh, has he thrown a fastball?
I believe he has yet.
So Willingham in an enviable count, 2-0. Skied it to center field. Jackson with the catch, 2 of them. And that will bring up Pinto. Set your compass due north Thursday nights on Fox Sports North. Joining hosts Bill Shirk and Laura Schara as they take a look at the stories and adventures of outdoor enthusiasts in the upper Midwest. Due North Outdoors, Thursday at 6, only on Fox Sports North.
Let's see if Pinto can get a big hit right here with 2 outs.
Pinto with a single his first time up, and he takes strike 1. Ends with 8 hits, and you've had some opportunities here with back-to-back hits, but the Tigers have scored 3 runs when they've put 3 or more hits together consecutively. Foul back, spun over the net. Now Pinto up there with 2 strikes.
pitch Albuquerque has thrown is about 82 to 83 miles an hour.
Two strikes to Pinto. He's at the plate representing the tying run. And Albuquerque gets the job done. A couple of strikeouts and a fly ball, and another opportunity slips through the fingers. Throughout the first pitch at tonight's game. And for the Wolves starts next week. You can catch their games exclusively on Fox Sports North and see how we do.
I hope they stay healthy.
Yeah, I do too. Kevin Love would be nice. Ricky Rubio. It's all right. Got there on the fly. Visit FoxSportsNorth.com for a complete schedule for the Wolves.
We should be embarrassed.
Why? What was wrong with that?
He knows why.
Jared Burton coming in for the 71st time.
Yeah, Jared, another pitcher that didn't have to pitch in Oakland. He pitched last Wednesday in Chicago, one shutout inning in that 4-3 Twins win. He said that about Casey Fiend, and Casey Fiend didn't fare too well. So I take that all back, Jared Burton. Twins need a shutout inning here.
Avila, Santiago, and Jackson.
Ryan Presley came in, did a great job, faced one batter, got the big double play off the bat of Omar Infante to end that 7th inning.
Avila with a walk his last time up. Makes sure the fielder's choice and struck out earlier. White Sox are leading the Blue Jays 3-2. The Twins started the day 4 games ahead of Chicago. The basement of the American League Central. Oakland with a little recovery after their celebration yesterday, leading 5-1 in the 3rd already over the Angels.
Well, you can celebrate, but you still want home field advantage. Every game so important as you're winding down here.
Off the wrist of Burton to Dozier, one away. Score of 1-4-3.
Well, this copyright, I'm just laughing at Burton. You know, they are the best field pitcher and the best athlete out there. This copyrighted telecast presented by the authority of the Minnesota Twins and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Minnesota Twins. I mean, Burton went down to get that ball, and it just scooted by him.
I don't think he got leather on it. I think it hit him in the wrist. Now, in all honesty, the pop football, left side of the infield. Florimo cuts behind Escobar. What kind of a fielder were you?
Oh, I could catch anything that was thrown to me.
But off the bat?
Not bad. I don't think. I think, you know, I did okay. I never won a Gold Glove. But, you know, Burton on that play right there, my goodness. Whew. Did not represent pitchers very well as far as fielding ground balls.
You guys practice that at all?
Oh, yeah, we went all the time. We'd go to the other field and have guys hit up the middle. I learned from Jim Cott. You know, Jim Cott got a line drive off of his mouth, and, you know, that kind of made him such a great pitcher, that or fielding pitcher that he was.
I had Harmon Killebrew tell me that story when he was sitting in your chair, in the analyst chair. Harmon said, yeah, Jim took a line drive in the mouth. The ball rolled over to Rich Rollins. He threw it across to first, and I caught it at first base. And some of Jim's teeth were still in the ball. And I just about passed out on the air. Here's, you know, meek, mild Harmon Killebrew telling this story, and I'm getting woozy as he's telling me the details of it.
And after that, Jim took such good pride. He used to come out early and have somebody hit him fungos out in center field, just line drive fungos that made him such a good fielding pitcher.
But now you need to practice, don't you, in the follow-through position to react to the ball. Just standing there and having somebody play pepper with you isn't going to do you any good.
No, a lot of times in spring training, I would take a couple other pitchers. We'd go back to the backfields and just hit ground balls back to each other.
That's your batting practice.
No, that was just try to field your position.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, we used to. And then, you know, it'd start off nice and easy, and then pretty soon we'd be hitting line drives, whoever it was. I got Ernie Camacho one time, put a big knot on his shin. Yeah, those were the good old days.
3-2. I'm beginning to wonder why any pitcher in his right mind would accept an invitation from you to go to one of the back fields. Nothing good can come of it.
I mean, I learned too. You know, you get line drives, and that's part of the big part of the game for a pitcher. Okay, yeah, you make good quality pitches, but you also have to be able to field your position.
And Burton got an assist on that play.
He should be ashamed of himself. But it's a 1-2-3 inning.
Justin Verlander was dominant once again tonight at Target Field, and he is one of the guys we'll take a look at in our Twins Live postgame show presented by CenturyLink. We will also give you an updated look at the playoff picture in the American League. And, of course, we'll go inside the Twins clubhouse and hear from manager Ron Gardenhire after the game.
All right, thank you, Jamie. He started the year closing games for the Houston Astros. And now he's a setup guy for a much better ball club.
Jose Veras coming in. He saved 19 ball games for the Astros and then traded over in late July to the Detroit Tigers. And now kind of the 8th inning setup man for Benoit, who is now the closer.
Tigers went through another experiment with Jose Valverde and finally pulled the plug on that, committing to Benoit as their closer, Bruce Rondon, their extremely hard-throwing right-handed reliever. Had a little bit of an elbow issue, so they want to be careful with him. Parmalee will lead off the 8th. There's Rondon. And Parmalee takes up and away, ball 1.
Veras with a good fastball, curveball, and a split finger.
Parmalee singled his first time up, struck out in the 4th, hit a fly ball to left in the 6th. Foul back. If you wanted to take one game to capsulize the Twins' difficulty with their lineup this year, this wouldn't be a bad game to do. A lot of strikeouts, of course, Verlander, the starting pitcher. Too many strikeouts, taking a called 3rd strike, and rallies, seemingly promising run-scoring rallies, fizzling out at the end, in part because of the strikeouts.
There have been 14 strikeouts by the pitching staff for the Tigers. 6 of them called 3rd strike.
And in some situations, just a productive out would get the job done in getting a leadoff double over to 3rd. And there have been not only a lack of clutch hits this year, but a lack of productive outs. 2-1 to Chris Parmalee. He pulls it foul. Skipping over the roof of the Twins dugout. Two and two. There's another
call, 3rd strike. You know, I was talking last inning about Jared Burton, how I always say, you know, pitchers are the best athletes, and I had our truck run this back. Now, Avila's sitting, watch this ball right here. Burton has plenty of time to... How can you not laugh at that? Terrible. He's going to the backfield with me later.
One down. Here's Clayton.
I'll burn my fungo.
Swing and a miss. Thomas with a call, 3rd strike in the 2nd after Pinto and Parmalee started the inning with base hits. A walk on the 4th, and then Thomas lined a double down the left field line. Checked his swing, 1-1.
That might have been a split finger right there. They're a 6'6", 240 pounder. Came up with the Yankees. He's pitched for the Indians, the Marlins, the Pirates, the Brewers, the Astros this year, and earlier this year, now a Tiger. From the Dominican Republic, originally signed by the Tampa Bay Rays back in 1998. For about 8 years to get to the big leagues.
Three and one. Thomas has not driven in a run since July 28th. And he'll take a walk here. 137 at bats. Well, and a run batted in.
Second time Thomas has walked.
updated look at our AT&T Twitter poll, and we've asked you who has the best curveball in the game today. And Adam Wainwright. They listened to you, perhaps, to cast their vote.
I tell you what, I had a chance to talk to Wainwright a couple of years ago, and I tell you what, he's got a nasty curveball. But we saw a good curveball from Verlander tonight. Strasburg, of course, he has a good one, and Yu Darvish also. So all four of those guys. And all four of them strikeout pitchers.
Escobar driving it to left. Dirk's going back. That's over his head. It stays in the ballpark. Thomas will round third. They're going to head him home. And Eduardo Escobar with an RBI double, and the Twins are on the board 3-1.
That completely fooled Dirks out in left field. He was playing pretty shallow for Escobar, and Escobar burned him right here on a pitch up. He hit it over the head of Dirks at left field.
Reminded me a little bit of his game-winning double in the second game of the year
against the Tigers. Yep. Dirks can't catch up to it. It hits high off the wall and stays in the ballpark. And that allows Thomas to score from first base. Remember, Torrey Hunter's ball hit the outfield turf and bounced over for only one run to score.
And Doman will hit as a pinch hitter for Florida. Twins again with a chance to tie it up with a long ball. A 3-1 ball game.
Come on, dude.
Take strike one.
Ryan 0 for 11 as a pinch hitter. This would be a good spot to get his first hit as a pinch hitter.
Twins with just 12 hits and 84 at bats off the bench. 1 home run, 8 runs batted in. To the right field corner. It's a 3-2 game, and Doman has a double, and the tying run is in scoring position.
And it was a very good time to get his first hit as a pinch hitter. So back-to-back doubles for the Twins, making a 3-2 ball game. And for Ryan Doman, his 27th double of the year.
Ryan Presley has a chance to tie it with a hit to the outfield.
Well, fastball tails away, but Doman got the barrel of the bat out, hit it into that right field corner. Ryan picking up his 53rd RBI as Escobar scores.
Bernier into the game to pinch run for Doman, who did his job, driving in a run. Thomas set it all up with a walk. A pair of doubles have followed. If Presley can get his third hit, he might have a tie ball game. Presley with a pop-up in the first, a strikeout in the second, then a double in the fifth and a single in the seventh. And Jim Leyland is coming to the mound here. He's got really warmed up down in the bullpen for the Tigers. Assuming it's Pucona who's warming up before.
There's a left-hander out there, Perez, too. Or Alvarez.
That's Benoit. The closer can be pressed into service here in the 8th inning. Now Bill Welke will come out. Force Jim Leyland to make a decision here. And there's the call. Buying as much time as he could. Leyland making the move, and Benoit will be asked to get 5 outs here to pick up the save. Tying run is at second with 1 away. the batting order, providing RBI doubles. And some other key games, a heartbreaking loss for the Orioles. They were swept in a 4-game series by the Rays, who are now the wild card leaders. And Texas trying to pull. In fact, they've now posted it as a final, so they are a game behind Cleveland. And Kansas City trying to keep its flickering playoff hopes alive.
That's what it is.
A lead in Seattle.
Yeah, Kansas City wins. That's 83 wins, but they cannot lose it anymore.
Joaquin Benoit has been very good for the Tigers since being given the closer's role.
Yeah, 22 for 22 in save opportunities for Benoit. See, the 1.88 ERAs allowed only 43 hits in 62 and a third innings.
Tying run at second. It's Doug Bernier running for Domit. Presley with a couple of hits already.
Benoit with a fastball, very good changeup and a slider.
Outside, ball one. Benoit came into this season, and he started professionally back in '96, broke in with the Rangers in '01. Came into the season with just 13 major league saves. One and 0 to Presley. Changeup that covers the corner.
Yeah, he's got as much confidence in that changeup as he does his fastball.
It's a repertoire similar to Fernando Rodney, who used to pitch for the Tigers. You have to respect the fastball, but it's the changeup that is the separating pitch for him. 1-1 to Presley. You'd better respect the fastball. And Presley swings through it. Those relief pitchers that found a fountain of youth or fountain of something in St. Petersburg.
Yeah, he sure did. Well, remember, he got shoulder surgery back in 2008 late, and then didn't pitch in 2009. Came back. The Rays gave him that opportunity, and you're right, he pitched great for the Rays in 2010.
1-2 to Alex Presley. Takes it up. Couple of saves last year for the Tigers, couple the year before. Of course, Valverde was their closer during that time. The Tigers thought maybe Rondon would be the guy. He had problems throwing strikes. They reconnected with Valverde, looked in the market for the likes of Papelbon and others. 2-2. Alex Presley. Foul. Would like to make some things matter. The fact that Hunter's RBI double in the fifth bounced into the bullpen for a ground rule double that didn't score a second run. The fact that Ryan Presley came into the seventh inning with the bases loaded and one out and got a big double play grounder. And a hit by Presley here could make all of that matter. Dribbler to the right side. Fielder has it. And he better hurry. Presley just barely is retired on a close play. Benoit just barely beat Presley to the bag. Bernier advances to third.
Yeah, as a pitcher, you don't like those foot races like that right there, especially with a speedster like Presley. And it was a bang-bang play, but Benoit getting the feed from Fielder right near the bag. You can see the changeup right there. Now it's a foot race. Benoit right there. Got to the bag before Presley could for the second out.
Didn't see it, but on a similar play, Manny Machado ended up suffering a serious knee injury earlier today. 2 on the board for the Twins, and if the Twins tie it up, it'll be left to Herman. Fouled off of Avila, 1 strike.
Well, Herman got a base hit off of Smiley in the 7th inning, last inning. 1 for 3 with a walk.
Perkins up for the Twins. Hasn't pitched in a while. Get the 9th inning regardless of what happens here. Herman can put him into a save situation. A high drive to right field. Hunter chasing it, and he makes the catch in the corner. Herman hit it off the end of the bat and almost tied it up, but the Twins end up 1 run short in the 8th. Jumping back into the game with a 2-run 8th inning. It's still 3-2 Detroit. Hits are even at 10 apiece. The Twins haven't had many save opportunities lately, so Glenn Perkins, in the absence of one, will get the 9th inning anyway.
Yeah, last time they had a save opportunity was that 4-3 win in Chicago, and Perkins ended up picking up that save with a couple strikeouts in a shutout inning for his 36th save of the year.
Stays in the game, takes over for Florimon at short. And it'll be Hunter, Cabrera, and Fielder as Perkins tries to navigate through the 9th inning, keeping the Twins within 1. The Twins will have their 3, 4, and 5 batters up against Benoit.
Torrey having a good night again here at Target Field. 3 for 4 with a couple doubles.
Up right side, Dozier in the outfield grass. And down. The Twins with 3 games here against Detroit and then 4 with Cleveland, and we want to alert ticket holders to that game, or for that matter TV viewers for that game. Game time has been moved up. The Reds and Pirates clinch playoff spots tonight. The Pirates are going to the playoffs, and as this is playing out, there are fewer and fewer games that have playoff significance. Now in the National League Central, they'll juggle around, or perhaps will jockey around for a position, but in terms of actually earning a playoff spot, it's all set in the National League.
Right.
And in the American League, Red Sox have clinched, The A's clinched yesterday. The Tigers are on the verge of clinching. So the American League wild card race has drawn the focus of the national broadcast media. So the Fox television network has come in here, moved the start time to an earlier start on Saturday. Inside to Cabrera. And with what has happened today, Cleveland and Tampa are in the first two chairs. With Texas winning tonight, they're a game behind Cleveland. And then the long shots after the weekend of play. Kansas City, New York, Baltimore, 5 games back with 6 to play. 3-1. Cabrera looked like he was wincing after scoring a run and then making a fielding play, but he has stayed in the game to face Perkins here in the ninth. 3-1. That's ball 4. Might be a pinch running situation. Well, now here comes Don Kelly. I was going to say Cabrera come out now. Kelly will run for him. Cabrera reaches 3 times tonight and comes out for a pinch run. And Prince Fielder will face Glenn Perkins. Down and away, ball 1. Games have been very competitive between these two teams. The Tigers have won 9, the Twins have won 7, but generally the games have been close in terms of run scoring. 1 or 2 run ball games for the most part. Fielder 5 for 11 with 5 singles against Perkins. Double play grounder. Bernier steps on the bag and does it himself. Very nicely started and finished by Bernier. Nice pickup on the hot ground ball, and the Tigers only sent 3 men to the plate in the ninth. Have their 3, 4, and 5 batters up. This could be fun.
Yeah, Twins need a walk-off victory right here. They have 4 of them this year. One of them, the first one, coming here against the Tigers. Escobar's 2-run double. See if they can do it against Benoit. Again, is 22 for 22 in save opportunities. Don Kelly staying in the game and taking over for Cabrera at third base.
Benoit will face Dozier, Willingham, and Pinto. Harmony would bat 4th. Dozier 0 for 2 against Benoit. and 0 for 4 in the ball game here tonight with 3 called third strikes. Strike on the outside corner. Benoit has to get a 5-out save. Now the first 2 came fairly easily. He got Presley and he got Herman, but now the next 3. A deep drive to left center field. Tie game.
I left the fastball up, and this time Dozier did swing. Home run number 18 on the year. Benoit's 5th home run is allowed. And the Twins tie it at 3 apiece. Into the bullpen area.
And now Willingham. Lace to center field, and Jackson catches the line drive. Willingham hit it right on the screws. 1 down.
Could have hung close on that line drive right there.
Wow.
My goodness, that'll break in an outfielder's glove. Can't hit it any harder.
And now Pinto. As good as Benoit has been, the save department, Jim Leland may be learning something about Benoit. Tough for most closers to do what he's asked to do. You get out of a jam in the 8th inning, and then you've got to restoke the fire and go out there for one more inning. 1-0 to Pinto. Mike Paul 1-1. Mariano Rivera was very good at it when Joe Torre or now Joe Girardi would ask him to get some extra outs in the 8th and then the 9th.
Yeah, managers really don't like doing that because, you know, they kind of want to give them the 9th and just concentrate on that.
Swing and a miss. 1-2. Twins with 2 in the 8th, 1 in the 9th. 1-2 to Pinto. Just off the corner. Didn't miss by much.
Yeah, change up right there at 85.
Two and 2 to Pinto. Full count. Harmony on deck. Full count to the Twins catcher. Checked his swing. No. Welke said he went. And Pinto back to the dugout without number 2.
I think Pinto knew it too. Ball was definitely down and away, but Pinto unable to hold up.
Oh yeah. And for Parmalee, chance to be a hero. Last home run coming on July 1st here against New York. Spent most of the interim playing for Rochester. Up high, ball one. Parmalee with a single in the second, a strikeout in the fourth. Fly ball in the left in the sixth, strikeout in the eighth. His 2 strikeouts have both been on called third strikes. Fouled back. He got one to drive, and he fouled it to the screen.
Good swing right there by Chris.
And 1 to Parmalee. Change up taken for ball 2. Last year, 92 at bats, 5 home runs, 8 so far this year. Squirted off the bat, and Kelly will pick it up and fire and make a fine play to get Parmalee at first. Don Kelly with a great play to end the ninth and send us to extra innings. Or did Brian Dozier do that with his leadoff home run? Extra innings, and they are presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side.
Well, Glenn Perkins out there for his second inning. And we are in the 10th inning thanks to Brian Dozier's 18th home run of the year to tie the game at 3 apiece.
Victor Martinez, Andy Dirks, and Omar Infante will face Perkins here in the 10th.
Only the 3rd time this year Perkins has worked more than 1 inning. His longest outing, an inning and 2/3 game against the Indians here back in the middle of August.
Yeah, that didn't work out too good. He gave up a home run to Carlos Santana, his nemesis.
Yep.
Here's Martinez. And a first pitch strike. Martinez with an RBI double.
Well, Perk out there again for another inning because they only threw 9 pitches in the 9th inning.
It's in the inside corner, 1-1.
Martinez is a right-handed hitter, a .279 average this year. 4 of his 13 home runs as a right-handed hitter. 95-mile-an-hour fastball, outer half of the plate.
Obviously, neither starter will be involved in the decision. Both pitched well here tonight, 1 and 2, and with the backstop 2 and 2. And a high fastball at 95 took care of Martinez, 1 down.
Burke picking up his first strikeout. Pitch Martinez just couldn't catch up to.
Andy Dirks is going to be lifted for a pinch hitter here, and Tuiasa Sopo is going to hit. Dirks had gone 0 for 3 with an intentional walk.
Tuiasa Sopo in his first season with the Tigers. Last 3 seasons with the Seattle Mariners.
A ball. The guy that the Tigers used in this situation a lot last year is now playing for the Chicago White Sox. Avisail Garcia was called up from Double-A last year to be a bat off the bench for Jim Leland and the Tigers. And to get Jose Iglesias, who's still dinged up a little bit, it cost the Tigers Garcia. 3-team trade with the Red Sox that saw Jake Peavy go to Boston. Mask of Pinto.
Tuiasa Sopo as a pinch hitter, 4 hits and 14 at bats, and one of them a home run.
He looks like he should do some damage. He's a big, strong, powerful right-handed batter.
Built a lot like Carlos Quentin. Remember Quentin with the Padres? Yeah.
Driven to the right field corner and foul. A lot of strikeouts, 52 of them in 157 at bats, and now Perkins has the count even at 2-2. Full count. Infante on deck. Of course, the hope would be that Tigers don't score twin score in the 10th, but as we move forward, remember Miguel Cabrera has been taken out of the ballgame. So walk to Tuiasa Sopo. Perkins will have something himself. A 1-out walk, and that'll bring up Infante. Don't know why that would be, other than the fact that scoring is down, and the less runs that are scored, the more close ball games you might have. Here is Infante. We've returned a couple of double plays from the 7th inning on here. They'd like to get another one here in the 10th. Backhanded by Escobar. Out there. No chance to get Infante, but a nice play by Escobar, and Dozier hung in there at second base, 2 away.
Yeah, what helps here, Escobar's guarding the line, no double down that third baseline, and Infante hitting it right down that line. Not very sharply, but see Escobar getting it, make sure you get one, and then Dozier's relay, too late. Tuiasosopo going in hard to Gosier.
Another guy having a good year for the Tigers at the plate is backup catcher Brian Pena. He's going to hit for Avila. Pena, switch hitter. And he's actually hit fairly well from both sides of the plate, but particularly from the left side. And Perkins shaves the inside corner. Former Kansas City catcher. High throw, Parmalee snatches it.
Pena became a free agent, signed with the Tigers, came up with the Braves in 2005. Always kind of a backup catcher.
Foul back. 2 strikes. Pena 4 for 9. 4 singles against Glenn Perkins. Two strikes. And Pena hit that right out of Pinto's mitt. 24 pitches now for Perkins. Those strikes. Pop up, and Parmalee has no play. Pena with some pop in his bat. All the home run power from the other side of the plate. Runner goes, and the pitch line foul. Infante got a great jump on Perkins, but Pena fought it off.
Well, it was Infante who stole a base in the 7th inning. Excuse me, the 6th inning. Stole a base off of Pelfrey, got a good jump.
Another 0-2 pitch. High fly to right. Lazily toward Herman. Inning ends. Bottom of the 10th coming up in a tie game.
Get you caught up here. The Tigers scored early, and against Pelfrey made it a 1-0 game thanks to Torrey Hunter's RBI single as Santiago scores, but Ryan Doman pinch hitting knocked in Escobar to make it a 3-2 ball game. And then Brian Dozier, bottom of the 9th inning. It's his 18th home run of the year. That tied it at 3 apiece.
So the Twins will try to score against another Detroit relief pitcher, Alvarez, in the bottom of the 10th.
Jose Alvarez in his first season with the Tigers. He made 5 starts for the Tigers, making his 13th appearance overall. 1-4 record. 13 walks in 35 innings with 28 strikeouts.
Pena staying in the game behind the plate. Sopo as well, staying in the game in left field. Clete Thomas being pinch hit for by Darren Mastroianni. Mastroianni, then Escobar and Bernier due up. First pitch or second pitch, line to left. Mastroianni and his speed are at first, leading off the 10th. Mastroianni's had all sorts of foot and ankle problems, but he starts the 10th inning with a base hit.
Yeah, Darren, outstanding speed. Couple stolen bases in 3 attempts. That's been it. But you have to let left-hander Alvarez on the mound. See what kind of move he has to first.
And whether Escobar's dropping down a bunt here, and a throw to first to see if Escobar would give it away. Pena's only thrown out 17% of the stolen bases against him. Escobar bunts, dropping it down. Nice one. And Pena flips to first. A sacrifice, getting Mastroianni to second.
Yeah, good bunt right there by Escobar. His second sacrifice of the year. Does his job. This Mastroianni over to second base has the winning run. Laying that ball down softly. Pena comes out, has only one play. He out at first.
The last walk-off hit for the Twins came from Chris Herman in the middle of August against the White Sox. Trevor Plouffe will hit for Bernier. And he will be walked. Second will be the situation with 1 out, and then Presley will have to try to get a hit against a lefty. Comeback for Ron Gardenhire and the Twins. Couple in the 8th, one in the 9th, and now they're trying to steal one from the Tigers in the 10th. Presley singled against lefty Drew Smiley in the 7th, and that's been kind of a pattern for Presley. He's actually hit left-handers better than right-handers, and if you want to imagine Presley sticking with the Twins and serving in some capacity down the road, the fact that he's been tough against lefties would help his cause. 10 hits, 32 at bats, and a chance to get his first walk-off hit with his new ball club. Down and away, ball 1.
We've seen Presley hit a lot of balls to left field. Get that ball out over the plate, slap it in the left. Watch Mastroianni run.
It's after a high off-speed pitch, and fans on it, 1-1. 1-1 to Alex Presley.
Good.
2-1.
That's a good take right there. Breaking ball down and away.
Walk-off hits for Presley for the Pirates. Trying to get one here for the Twins. 3-1. Chris Herman on deck. Came back with another breaking ball.
Yeah, looked like a good changeup right there at 77. He pulled the string right here, and Presley way out front.
Full count to Alex Presley. Lifted to left. Tuiasosopo backpedaling, making the catch, and firing it back toward third base. 2 down.
He almost got burned on that one like Birch did against Escobar. But Tuiasosopo able to get back and kind of leaping at the last second to make the catch. Ball kind of sliced on him a little bit. It sets that ball back into third base.
Back on August 15th, the Twins were tied at 3 with the White Sox, and Chris Herman stepped up and ended the ball game with a base hit. Takes ball 1. Herman in the ninth got a single that scored Bernier from second base. The 4th walk-off hit for the Twins this year. Now he's got a chance to make it 5. Swing and a miss. 1-1. One and one to Herman. 1-2. He started the inning with a single. He was sacrificed to second. Bluth intentionally walked. 1-2 to the Twins right fielder. Taps it foul.
3 straight changeups to Herman.
Waldo Arcia was in the starting lineup, and he was scratched with a bruised knee, suffering that when he collided with the wall during batting practice. 1-2 to Herman. 2-2. Tapper up the line. It'll stay fair and roll the field. We'll go to the 11th inning. Still tied at 3.
Presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Future wild side. Jack Link's.
Ramon Santiago will lead things off against Anthony Swarzak. Swarzak returned home from the Bay Area to Minnesota, had a personal matter that needed his attention, and now feels good, I'm sure, for Anthony to get back out there on the mound.
Well, nobody's pitched more innings out of the bullpen than Anthony Swarzak in Major League Baseball. 92 2/3 innings. 68 strikeouts, 21 walks. Swarzak making his 46th appearance.
So Santiago will lead things off. Trevor Plouffe in the game at third. Escobar moving over to short. Mastroianni in the game in left. Santiago with a single and a run scored. Facing Swarzak. Pitches up, ball one. Two good innings for Perkins, a couple of walks, which is a bit unusual, but he got the Twins through the ninth, through the 10th. Back in the strike zone, 1-1. And bunted right back to Swarzak, who has an easy play. Throws a rocket.
I don't handcuff him.
Harmony made a nice catch. That ball got on him in a hurry.
Swarzak getting over here. The bunt a little bit too hard, and Swarzak almost handcuffed Harmony right there for the first out.
Right in the heel of the glove. One down. And Austin Jackson will hit. Strike on the outside corner. Jackson, 3 strikeouts, a single, and a ground ball. Just off the corner, 1-1. Center field. Gliding over is Presley. Number 2. And it'll bring up Torrey Hunter. The other guys are all starters. He legitimately has a chance to pitch 100 innings given the length of this game and 6 more games to go. A couple of 3 inning outings, he'll come close to 100 innings pitched.
Well, we saw Swarzak as a starter. It really didn't work out for him, but boy, has he taken off in this long man role for the Twins. Done a great job.
Hunter with a couple of extra base hits, responsible directly for 2 of the runs. He drove in 1 in the 5th, scored another in the 7th after his second double. Just off the outside corner. Swarzak has been sharp here today, even when he's been out of the strike zone, except for that very first pitch. He's been right on that outside corner to a right-handed batter. Missing again, 2-1. If Hunter should reach, it's not Cabrera but Kelly who would hit next. Kelly pinch ran for Cabrera in the 9th. Chopper to his left. Escobar sets and fires a good 1-2-3 inning for Anthony Swarzak in the 11th. inning, or a 12th inning. Here's why we're in extra innings in the first place.
Hey, thanks to Brian Dozier's 18th home run, there's a 3-2 ball game. And then in the 9th inning, the first batter up against Benoit, it was Dozier's 18th home run that tied it at 3 apiece.
So we're in the bottom of the 11th, and we don't have to play the 12th. The rules of baseball stipulate that if the Twins were to score a run here, the game would end.
Well, yeah, that would work that way. Dakota coming out of the bullpen, making his 28th relief appearance. Hard-throwing right-hander, good curveball on the split finger in his second season with the Tigers.
He'll face Dozier, Willingham, and Pinto, and if somebody reaches, Parmalee would have a chance here.
You know what? We were on the road when Tampa played that 18-inning game. Remember that game?
I'm trying to wrap things up here in the 11th. You're talking 18. Dozier takes a strike. Dozier homering after 4 frustrating at-bats. 3 times being called out on strikes with the bat on his shoulder. Toward the hole and through, and a good start to the 11th inning. Twins got a leadoff single in the 10th, but couldn't score. Dozier with hits now in the 9th and the 11th inning.
Well, what you try to do, or as a defense, you have to guard the line. We saw Escobar guarding the line against the Tigers earlier, and then they got the force out at second. But here, Don Kelly asked to guard the line, and that ball hit to his left, out of his range. And Dozier, it's a base hit.
And he's just looking at now to Tom Brookins, who was a really good infielder in his day, and he coaches the infielders here. And Brookins positioning him maybe a step away from the line, step farther away from the line. Here's Willingham. Willingham with a single to right, and then right after Dozier's home run, in fact, on the very next pitch, he had a screaming line drive that Jackson caught for the first out of the 9th inning. It's a strike on the outside corner. That was a 3-run home run against Brian Fuentes. One of just 2 walk-off home runs in this ballpark. Mr. Thome hit the other. One and one. Dozier capable of stealing a base, to be sure. And now you've got a right-hander on the mound as opposed to the left-hander that was out there in the 10th inning.
Yeah, Alvarez. Conan has given up 4 home runs. 4 different stints this year with the Tigers, up and down between AAA to Toledo and Detroit.
Swing and a strike on the 2.
Josh unable to hold up on that high fastball.
Conan steps off the rubber.
Conan 6'6", signed by the Tigers in 2007 out of the University of North Carolina.
Up high, 2-2. Two and 2 to Josh Willingham. That is strike 3. Now Willingham can't go anyplace, but Dozier can advance to second because first base was occupied. Willingham is struck out, but the ball kicked away from Pena, and Dozier moves into scoring position.
Yeah, Josh swinging at a pitch that looked like it landed right on top of home plate, might have scooted past Pena. It'll be a wild pitch that allows Dozier. So a strikeout And the wild pitch. And Dozier moves into scoring position.
Third strikeout for Willingham. And now Pinto, who has struck out 3 times. Has a 1-for-5 night going. But he's got a chance to get the biggest hit of his young major league career. Dozier at second, 1 away. It's a fastball, strike 1. Fonte, the second baseman, trying to keep Dozier as close as he can to second in the event that Pinto delivers that hit. Base hit, right field. Dozier to third. They're going to wave him around. Hunter's throw is airmailed to the pitcher, and Pinto delivers the game winner.
Pinto falling to the ground, but getting congratulated by the Twins. Nice comeback win for the Twins. They were down 3-0 going into the bottom of the 8th inning. It took 11 innings, but the Twins beat the Tigers 4-3.
And Pinto with a pair of hits, a run driven in, his 10th of the year. And yes, a very nice come-from-behind win for the Twins. Frustrated through 7 innings by Justin Verlander and the Tiger bullpen. But then they started getting some big hits.
They took that fastball about belt high the other way. They took the gamble on Torrey Hunter, has an outstanding arm, but airmailed over Pena, and Dozier scores the winning run.
Win number 998 for Ron Gardenhire. And after a very frustrating and at times embarrassing road trip, the Twins start this final homestand with a pretty impressive win. Anthony LaPanta, the Twins now played the Tigers 17 times and they've won 8 of them.
And they still have a chance to win the season series against what looks like the Central Division champs. Twins rally for a win. We'll update you on the AL playoff picture. Preview game 2 and hear from Gardy next on Twins Live.